and gentlemen, I'm Jimmy James. You're watching Catch It Live First. We've got coming up for you the first test at Lord's, England v the West Indies. Currently got the West Indian national anthem playing, which, let's be honest, is pretty fantastic. As national anthems go, it's right up there, isn't it? Everybody looks very smart. Sir Vivian Richards there, legend of the game. Wonderful atmosphere already. We've got Jimmy Anderson in his final test. We've just had a fitting tribute to, let's call him a great English bowler, a stalwart of fast bowling for England over the last goodness knows how many years. But, yeah, his final test match. So let's hope he can go out with a bang if you're English. Maybe not so much if you're supporting the Windies. We've got some decent weather, a little bit of rain floating around, but hopefully it's not going to be an issue. Just get the chat up and going. Feel free to join us in there. And hopefully we'll have 5 days of fantastic test match cricket ahead of us. God Save the King now rings out. Ben Stokes there, arm around the shoulder of Jimmy Anderson. And as a Lancashire cricket fan, supporter, he's been a great stalwart for club and country. Got everything going. Looks like everything's good with the stream. A quick bit of housekeeping. If you haven't done so already, please hit that subscribe button. Ping that notifications bell. And if you can give us a like, that'd be fantastic. I do need more likes because it just shows YouTube for some reason with an algorithm that we are putting out decent content. Jackaroo 34. Can you show us the game, my man? Jackaroo, I would love to. But sadly, we can't do it. All we can do is the commentary and put a few little graphics up, otherwise it'll just get taken down straight away. The algorithms are so tight now, you can't even show GIFs without AI stopping the streams. We had that issue in the World Cup and we got a ban for 7 days for showing a GIF of a catch. So stick with us in the chat though. We'll do our best to give you a decent explanation of what's going on with the commentary. That's as good as we can do, sadly. There might be some live streams going out somewhere, from some of the live stream sites. There is a live stream site that I can tell you about. If I can find it. Are you still there, Jackaroo? If you are, just let me know in chat because I'll try and send you a link to a stream. I don't know what the quality of it will be, but hopefully it might give you I'll just stop that. If anybody's looking for a live stream of the cricket, it might be on there. There's If you go to freestreams.live, and then on the main header, if you click onto cricket, which is currently, we haven't got one there. So you would need to go to the 24/7.tv, and it will be on. If you go to, it's definitely on UK, and it's on Sky Sports Cricket, because that's what I'm currently watching it on. Jimmy Anderson into ball his first delivery. Just push through the covers there. Craig Brathwaite just pushes it through for a single there. West Indies, 1 for 1 from 1. A little bit different than the T20, that's for sure. Jimmy Anderson runs in for his second delivery. Good line, good length, full length there. England have got 4 slips in place. That just gets pushed to point. That'll be a dot ball. Been a lot of rain around in the UK recently. The pitch at Lords is looking lush. Anderson into Louis. Just forward defensive, back to Anderson. As soon as England won the toss, straight away they put no hesitation. They were going to bowl. A lot of cloud cover. So there should be plenty of movement for the England bowlers. Anderson in again. Late on the shot there. Louis, that'll run away to the boundary. That'll be going for 4. West Indies move on to 5 for none. I'll put that in the chat. Freestreams.live. Anderson in. Brathwaite. Just a push, really, back past mid-off and came straight out the middle, raced away to the boundary for 4. Good opening over for the West Indies. Still 1 ball left. They've moved on to 9 in the blink of an eye. Nobody's told Brathwaite and Louis this is not T20. Good defensive shot there from Louis to finish the over. He's moved on to 8. West Indies 9 for none. Brathwaite on 1 from 1 delivery, and Louis races on to 8 from 5 deliveries. Yeah, if you're looking for a free stream, if you go to freestreams.live, hit the 24/7 TV section, and it's definitely on. If you click UK to maybe stream there on Sky Cricket, because that's where we're watching it live on TV in the UK. If that stream doesn't work, then it's a case of flicking around and see who else is showing a free streams. It might be a little bit more delayed, but to be honest, with the delay from the stream and the delay with YouTube, we'd roughly be about at the same at the same streaming rate. So yeah, free streams dot live. So it's going to be Walks coming into the attack for his first over. Brathwaite on strike. Just flicked off his pads to the leg side. That'll be a couple there to the West Indies. Brathwaite will move on to 3. West Indies will move on to 11. Looks like there is a bit of movement in the air, but not as much as I expected, to be honest. Walks running in. Wide outside off stump. A little bit of late movement as well. Brathwaite leaves that one alone, straight through to the keeper. Walks, runs in. Left alone outside off stump there from Brathwaite. England slip cordon, waiting for any mistake. It does seem strange after watching so much T20 cricket to see a red Duke ball going down down the wicket. The players all looking resplendent in the white. West Indies with the maroon helmets. Beautiful look. England went with 4 slips. Brathwaite just forward defensive there, pushes it into the covers for a dot ball. I'm hoping this scoreboard's going to update a little bit quicker as we go on. West Indies are 11. No wicket. We will be covering all 5 days, work permitting. I am working on doing this at the same time, believe it or not. Walks, slides down the leg side. That'll be leg buys, and it'll probably race away for 4. It will. That'll be 4. 4 leg buys. West Indies move on to 15 for none. This would have been more than acceptable in the T20 World Cup. Let's go through. That's my Jack Russell waking up now. The postman's just been. He's done his guarding of the property. Now he'll go back to sleep. That's the end of the over. West Indies move on to 16 for none. Brathwaite's on 4. Lewis on 8. On 8. That's the end of the second over. 16 for none. That's a good run rate. I'll go through the lineups now as well. So England have gone with Zach Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Brook, Captain Ben Stokes, Smith, Walks, Atkinson, Bashir, and Anderson. And it's Anderson into Brathwaite. First ball of the third over. Just got on him a little bit quickly, that. He dropped his bat onto it and it'll squirt away to point. That'll be a dot ball. West Indies have gone with Brathwaite and Louis, Mackenzie, Athenaeus, Hodge, De Silva, Holder, Morty, Joseph A, Joseph S, and Seals. Anderson in to Brathwaite. Pulls it onto his pads, chops his back down onto it, Brathwaite. I'll just go to mid-off for a dot ball. Just looking at the great Viv Richards in the crowd. Looks fantastic. Looks like he could go and bat now. Anderson into Brathwaite. 4 slips in play for England. Just pushes that back to Jimmy Anderson. Be a dot ball. Brathwaite just pushes that to mid-wicket. Getting some good pace up now is Anderson after that first over. Just be a dot ball. Good crowd in at Lords, as you would expect. Brathwaite waits. Good line, good length outside off stump. Just pushed into the covers. It'll be a dot ball. Yeah, I did expect a little bit more movement, especially from Anderson with this cloud cover and the dampness that's about. It's quite warm as well, so maybe a couple more overs, get some shine on one side of that ball, and then we'll start to see it move a little bit more. They'll be playing with a Duke ball. Anderson into Brathwaite. Just a defensive shot off his back foot, back to the bowler. End of the third over. West Indies still on 16 for no loss. Brathwaite on 4, Louis on 8. And it will be Walks to bowl his second over of this spell. Match officials today, we've got umpires, Nitin Menon and Rod Tucker. TV umpire is Adrian Holdstock. Reserve umpire Russell Warren. The match referee Javagal Srinath. Walks into Louis. Big appeal. Hits the pads, going down leg side though. Big appeal from the bowler, but definitely going down the leg side. They won't be reviewing that. England have got a new wicket keeper today. Walks into Louis. Pushes that into the covers. They'll take a single there. Moving on to 17 for none. Yeah, just watching ball tracker from that previous LBW appeal. It was missing a leg, stumped by some distance, both on width and on height. So a good decision not to review there. Walks turns, he runs in. Brathwaite waits. That was good line, good length, right on middle stump. Brathwaite got his bat on that at the last minute. Just drops it into mid-wicket. That'll be a dot ball. Walks in his second overs, also picking up the pace. But it looks like both England bowlers had warm-up first overs, shall we call them. Brathwaite on strike. Ooh, beaten on the outside edge there by Walks. Well taken by the keeper. Don't forget to say hello in the chat. Let us know what you're thinking. Walks, runs in, Brathwaite waits. This one slides down leg side. Well taken by the keeper Smith on his debut. I forgot to give you his name, didn't I? I said we've got a new keeper for England making his debut and then didn't give you his name. It's Smith who took that well. Walks into Brathwaite. On the back foot, gets body and back behind the ball, just lays it back in front of him. That'll be the end of the fourth over. West Indies moving on 17 for none. The ground looks fantastic. The wicket looks perfect. The outfield looks luscious, so it should with all the rain that we've had. The players are looking resplendent. Jimmy Anderson gets ready to come in, start of his third over. 4 slips in play. Pulls it onto the leg stump, and that'll just be a leg by there. Easy leg by. No point in rushing. Squirts to square leg. 18th and on the West Indies. Brathwaite on strike. Pushes that to mid-off. Top ball. Brathwaite's on 4. Louis on 9. England bowlers have got the line and length sorted now. Having to bowl a little bit fuller. Not a lot of pace, not a lot of bounce in this pitch at the minute. We're hoping to get a little bit of movement in the air to cause the West Indies batsmen some problems. Brathwaite on strike. Anderson tries tempting him outside the off stump. A little bit of a slower ball there, 84 mile an hour, but Brathwaite can't be tempted. Let's that run through to the debutant wicketkeeper Smith. He'll feel better now he's had a couple of good takes under his belt. One good take to stop 4 byes, diving to his left. Anderson beats Brathwaite on the outside edge, straight through to the keeper. Straightened him up there, did Anderson. Brathwaite trying to get something on that. Beaten on the outside edge. There's a lot of red on Brathwaite's bat. And I've got to say, not all of it, around the middle. England with 4 slips. And a backward point, I would say. Beaten again on the outside edge there, Brathwaite. He's still on 4. faced 21 deliveries, 18 for none, the West Indies. England won the toss if you joined us late and said we'll have a ball. Anderson tries banging one in a little bit shorter there, but it doesn't get up nearly as high as you would expect, and that's just pushed into cover. End of the over, dot ball. West Indies 18 for no loss. Brathwaite's on 4, Lewis on 9. Just having a discussion with me, Jack Russell. Don't think he's a cricket fan. He thinks he's done his job for the day now, waking up when the postman came. It's going to be Walks to start his third over. Louis on strike. Forward defensive there to mid off. Dot ball. Louis has that typical Caribbean style of using the wrist before he plays his forward defensive shot. Very much like Gordon Greenidge, Viv Richards, Brian Lara. Just pushes that one back in front of him there, does Louis. That'll be a dot ball. Walks fields it himself. 4 slips in play again for England here. Walks is having a word with Ben Stokes. Not sure what about. Just making a little change in the field there. Backward points now come a little bit squarer. Walks runs in. Beats Louis on the outside there, straight through to the new keeper, Smith. No edge though. Hoping Cynthia will be in the chat, sending us blessings and watching the cricket. David Anthony Joseph Jr. Hopefully you'll join us. Walks into Louis. A little bit of a slow ball, just pushed to mid off there by Louis. Read it well. Dot ball. 18 for none still, the West Indies. Gus Atkinson. I'll do that in a second. Walks into Louis. Lets that one go through to the keeper. Wasn't being tempted there, the West Indian batsman. Yeah, Gus Atkinson. He makes his test debut for England today. He's played white ball cricket for England, but this will be his test debut, so no doubt he'll have a few nerves. Walks, runs in. This one's cut through backward point, and that'll race away to the boundary. And the last ball of the over, 6 overs gone, 22 for none. The irony is, where he cut, it went in the air as well, that. And were, were England and Stokes and Walks, where they'd had that little discussion and moved the fielder who was at backward point, further square, that would have been a little bit of a dolly catch to him there. No wonder Walks turned around and grimaced a little bit. So for Jimmy Anderson, Brathwaite will be on strike. That'll be a leg by, is that one? Just be a single there. Down to fine leg. 23 without loss. The West Indies. Yeah, so 2 debutants today for England. Louis on strike. Pushes that to point. Thought I had a quick single there, but Brathwaite pretty quickly says no. It'll be a dot ball. Anderson into Louis. Got him a little bit quick, that, as he pulls it onto the leg side. Just be a single. He'll move on to 14. West Indies 24 without loss. Brathwaite on strike. Jimmy Anderson runs in. Goes a little bit shorter. Brathwaite just pushes that back to Anderson, who puts his foot down to chip the ball up, and then a little kick up. Save his back at his age. He needs to. Saves bending down for it. Big loss this morning for the West Indies. Seamer, Kemar Roach. He's had a bad knee injury playing for Surrey, so he'll be out of the series, which is a bit of a blow for the West Indies and for him. Brathwaite on strike. Anderson runs in, lets that one go, Brathwaite. Not a million mile away from the stump there. Move the other way off the seam from Anderson. Move quite a bit as well. He has been moving the ball away for the majority, but that one comes back the other way, misses off stump though. Left on length as much as anything. Gets a little bit more bounce there, does Anderson, but he's having to bang it in a little bit shorter than he started off his first couple of overs, trying to pitch it up a little bit. But there's not a lot in it from the wicket point of view at the minute, so he's having to bend his back to get a little bit of bounce out there. Not a lot of movement in the air. Suppose England will be waiting for the lacquer to come off the ball and try and get to one side nice and shiny. And try and get some movement. Try and get some movement in the air. But to be honest, both West Indian batsmen are looking quite comfortable at the minute. Not sure what time it is in the Caribbean. Walks into Louis. He just pushes that into the covers. That'll be an easy single. He'll move on to 15. West Indies 25 for none. 7 overs and 1 delivery gone. Anderson into Brathwaite. Thick outside edge there through points. It'll just be a single. Oh, one actually. You'll get a couple out of that. Good running. 27 for none. Brathwaite moves on to 6. He's faced 27 deliveries. Louis is on 15 at the other end. He's faced just 17 deliveries. England are going with 3 slips and call it a gully. Brathwaite lets that one go straight through to the keeper. Not being tempted with that width there from Walks. Yeah, bad news that Kemar Roach won't be playing in this 3-match test series. The trophy being played for. The Botham Richards Trophy. Walks into Brathwaite. Right foot pushes that to backward point. Dot ball. Not sure if we've got a signal there for a no ball or not. Don't think we did. Must be seeing things. Walks, good line, good length. Brathwaite got backed on that. A good job he did. Because if he didn't, that would have been a plumber than a plum thing, LBW call. But good defensive shot there from Brathwaite. Good ball from Walks. England will be a little bit disappointed at the minute, though. They'll be hoping for more movement in the air. But they'll be aware once this ball gets a little bit older, it should swing, hopefully. Oh, my word. Walker's beaten Brathwaite. All ends up there. But no outside edge involved. At end of the 8th over, Brathwaite survives. Walks curses his luck. That's the end of the 8th over. West Indies 27 for none. Just. That was close, that. It was close to the outside edge. It was close to the top of off stump. But no cigar, as the saying goes. Looking bright at Lords, which is a good sign. Often the TV does make it look a little bit brighter, but looking at the cloud that's about, it doesn't look too menacing. So fingers crossed, the wet stuff will keep away. It's going to be Anderson in to start his 5th over, not for 10 from his previous 4. It'll be Louis on strike, the right-handed batsman. Not sure if he beat the outside edge or if Louis just pulled his bat away at the last minute there. Either way, it goes through to Smith, the keeper. Anderson into Louis. Past the outside edge. Wasn't pushing at it though, Louis there, just protecting his off stump. Didn't go chasing it, and that just goes through to the keeper. No drama there for the batsman. Louis on strike. Anderson runs in. Forward defensive there. Lovely shot. Just rolls to mid off. Dot ball. But if any youngsters were watching that, that could have been used in a training manual. Perfect forward defensive to a fast bowler on your front foot. The lights have come on at Lords. See if that'll affect the ball. A little bit shorter there from Anderson, just pushed to point. West Indies stay on 27 for none. Useless stat for you. Ben Stokes has captained England in 24 Test matches, and he's won the toss 14 times. So we've got a just better than 50% record. With my poor maths, I can work that one out. Anderson runs in, Louis on strike. Ooh, a little inside edge there onto his pad, stifles an appeal for LBW. He was outside off stump anyway, so good defensive shot there from Louis. Good delivery from Anderson as well. He's not quite getting that seam perfectly upright at the minute. It's just a little bit scrambled. But he's moving it both ways off the seam. Off the pitch. Anderson into Louis. Pitches this one up, gets a thick inside edge there. That'll end up going down to fine leg for a single to end the over. 28 without loss, the West Indies. 9 overs gone. Brathwaite on 6, Louis on 16. Yeah, Brathwaite said when he was interviewed after the toss this morning, what would you have done if you'd have won the toss? And unsurprisingly, he said, yep, we would have done the same and we would have had a ball. But to be honest, the West Indies, they'll be quite happy the way the first 9 overs have gone. 28 for none. Walks is going to start his 5th over. First 4 have gone for 11 runs, no wickets. Louis on strike. Lets that one go through to the keeper, Smith. England have took that 4th slip out now. Walks runs in. Trying to tempt him outside off stump there is Walks, but Louis just lets that one go through to the keeper. Louis waits. Picture bowled a little bit fuller there. Pitches on middle stump, but Louis in position early there and just pushes that to mid on. Dot ball. Brathwaite at the non-strikers end. He's on 6 from 31 deliveries. Louis on strike. He's on 16. He's faced 26. Now 27 and just misses the outside of his off stump and the outside edge of his bat. Good delivery there from Walks. But no bat involved. Fourth England bowler seemed to be getting some movement after the ball's pitched and it's gone past the batsman. So there is movement there, it's just getting it honed. And Brathwaite there, Blimey O'Reilly, that was bowled onto his pads and he just clipped that over leg side. Yeah, I'm not surprised he's smiling, the batsman. That came kind of out of the blue. Walks looks a little bit bemused. It was only bowled onto his pads and not short, but he just clipped that. Just watching a replay now. Well, it wasn't on his pads. It was going down leg side, which is where he got the extra shoulder movement in, and just clipped that, and it flew to the boundary for 6. Wonderful shot there from Louis. Big grin on his face as he fist pumps his teammate. Brathwaite at the other end, like, all right, mate, keep going doing that. 34 for none. Brathwaite on to 22. Walks runs in. Is he going to bowl a short one or pitch it up? Oh, bowls are full of length, slower delivery, beats the outside edge just 80 miles an hour. And Louis had a ladle push at that. No bat involved though. End of the 10th over. West Indies 34 for none. Yeah, Louis moved on to 22 now. Brathwaite, who will be on strike at the start of this 11th over, he's on 6. He's still smiling about that 6 now as they meet in the middle at the end of the 10th over. Was a pretty spectacular shot. England have... we're going to have Gus Atkinson coming into the attack now. So he'll have a few nerves going. So it's going to be a debutant bowler bowling to Brathwaite with a debutant wicketkeeper. Atkinson in, right-handed bowler. Good line, good length. Just push to mid-off. That's his first test delivery over and done with. He can relax now. Yeah, England have not had a... Though England have only won 2 of the last 7 test matches at Lords. Atkinson into Brathwaite. Second ball, it's wide outside off stump. There's an inside edge there. Then he gets a wicket with his second delivery in Test cricket. That's an inside edge for Brathwaite onto his own stumps. And the young man is celebrating. He'll be thinking this Test match cricket's easy. Easy. Yeah, it was outside off stump. Brathwaite tried to cut it because there was a bit of width there, got the inside edge off the bottom edge of the bat onto his own stumps. And Brathwaite has got to go for 6. He faced 33 deliveries. Bowled Atkinson. That'll be 34. The loss of 1 wicket now. And, kudos to the debutant, Atkinson. Kudos to Ben Stokes for making the change. And Brathwaite will be cursing his luck, getting a bottom edge onto his own stumps from a ball that was wide outside the off stump, and he was looking to score from. But yeah, England's form at Lords has not been great. 2 test victories from the last 7. They'll be hoping to make that 3, obviously. Mackenzie comes to the middle now. He's a left-handed batsman. He's just taking his guard. He's got a best of 50. That was against Australia at Adelaide in 2024. Average of 28.33. I always say it, he'll be hoping to better that today. So it'll be Brathwaite in the pavilion, replaced by Mackenzie, left-hander. Atkinson runs in, pulls it down the leg side. That'll be a dot ball. Yorker length there from Atkinson. Mackenzie digs that one out, just squirts to cover, and that's a dot ball. Just bowling around 80, 89, 90 mile an hour, Atkinson. Got a left-handed and a right-handed batsman in now, so they're going to have to adjust the line and length a little bit here, the England bowlers. But better delivery by Atkinson there. Forward defensive from Mackenzie, sorry. That'll be a dot ball. 1 ball left of this 11th over. We saw the wicket of Brathwaite bowled Atkinson after he played onto his own stumps. Mackenzie on strike, lets that one go through to the keeper. End of the 11th over. Got Lola James in the house. She's had a haircut. Looking beautiful as always.
Catch it live first, guys. Come on, look at those graphics. Oh, wee.
Looking good, aren't they? So I've got more to go on there, so that's why there's gaps, but I've got to wait for Charlie James to show me how to do it.
Did you manage to attach that little finger?
No, that's what I'm waiting for him showing me how to do. So how come you've had a haircut anyway?
You did a try.
Looks alright, it's nice. Walks into Louis. 3 slips in play. Oh my word, beats the outside edge there. He does more than beat the outside edge. That's been given out. Ah, 1 second though. This has been reviewed. They were pretty sure with the England bowler and the wicket keeper there. Reviewed straight away though by the West Indian batsman. Good seam position from Walks there. It looked like it definitely touched the outside edge. Well, no. What was the noise? Did it hit the wicket? Did this ball actually hit the wicket and not take the bail off? Well, that's not out. Definitely not out. So that they'll change the decision. They were convinced, absolutely convinced the English field, the bowler, the wicketkeeper, all up in unison. But there's definitely no bat involved, no wicket involved. I thought it might have clipped the wicket or something, but no. I don't know what they heard. And Walks runs in again, and Louis just pushes that one back to him. Let's just calm things down, but straight away, Louis. Everybody was up straight away. But the batsman, he knew. Upstairs straight away. 3 slips in place. This one's bowled onto Louis' pads, clips it down to fine leg. That'll just be a single. And it'll be Mackenzie on strike. 35 for the loss of 1 wicket, the West Indies. You know, sometimes you do see players join in an appeal. But this was instantaneous. Walks the bowler, Smith the keeper, all the slip field. So they obviously heard something, whether it was a foot dragging through the shot. But there was a good, I would say, inch between ball and bat there. So for Mackenzie, there's 4 slips in play now for the new batsman. Faced just 4 deliveries. Pushes this one through to mid-on. That'll be a dot ball. Walks into Mackenzie. Turns him round, but he just plays that back to the bowler. Dot ball. 1 ball left of this 12th over. Mackenzie still to get off the mark. He won't want that duck following him off the field. The slips wait. Walks runs in. Slower delivery on middle stump. Pitched up. Just pushed through to mid-off. End of the 12th. Can't get off the mark though yet, Mackenzie. That's a dot ball. 35 for 1. The West Indies. End of the 12th over. So it's going to be Atkinson to bowl his second over, first ball of it. Into Louis. Louis with that wristy shot, trying to push it through the covers, gets beaten by the on the outside edge. No bat involved though. But so far, Atkinson has got 1 wicket for no runs. How's that for a first over in Test match cricket? Pretty good. If you're an Englishman or a Gus Atkinson fan. He runs again in. Bowls to Louis. Late movement then. As it goes through to the keeper Smith. And instead of moving away from the batsman, it would have moved. It would have been an in-swinger. But really late movement. Just seeing Ben Stokes warming up. Louis waits. Atkinson in. Oh my word. Outside the off stump. Plays a defensive shot. Gets a thick inside edge. And that goes to... just squirts to the leg side. Only 5 or 6 feet away from the batsman, but once again, Atkinson finding a thick inside edge. Louis waits. Bangs one in shorter, does Atkinson. Doesn't really bounce though. And Louis was thinking about pulling that onto the leg side, but bailed out of it at the last minute. Ooh, that one hits Louis on the pads. Going down leg side though. England have got kind of a short, fine leg slip kind of thing going on here for Louis, with Atkinson bowling at him. So I'm not sure if they're expecting him to try and clip something off his hip. Is he going to start bowling a little bit shorter? I'm not sure. This one's pushed through to mid-off. That'll be the end of the 13th over. Dot ball. West Indies 35 for the loss of 1 wicket. Mackenzie still to get off the mark from 7 deliveries faced, and he'll be on strike as the England captain comes into the attack. Louis at the non-strikers end now. He scored 23 from 38 deliveries, and it's going to be Ben Stokes. Just looking at Frankie James out of that window, trying to fill some of the bird feeders up. She needs to grow about an extra foot. She'd do it so much easier. Stokes in for his first ball. Mackenzie on strike. Gets a bit of bounce out the wicket there, does Stokes, and a bit of movement in towards the left-hander. So he just had to remove his bottom hand from the bat, did Mackenzie. And it's a dot ball. Stokes runs in again. Mackenzie on strike. Bit of a in-swing to the left-handed batsman. But started on his pads and then drifted down the leg side. Good take by Smith, the new wicket-keeper. Lights are still on at Lords. Stokes runs in. Mackenzie doesn't bother with that one outside the off stump. Doesn't get tempted. Straight through to the wicket-keeper Smith. West Indies still on 35 for 1. Been playing almost an hour now. Four slips in play. Falls onto the leg stump there. Clipped to the leg side by Mackenzie. Straight to the fielder though. You're having drinks in a minute. 2 balls left in this 14th over. Bit of movement in the air there. And Mackenzie will push that through into the cover, and he'll scamper for a quick single. He's off the mark. Some strange movement in the air from that delivery. Seemed to move in swing and out swing before it got to the batsman. So I'm not sure what was going on there with the seam position from Stokes, but either way, Mackenzie gets off the mark. He moves on to 1. Stokes runs in for the final ball of his first over. Right-handed batsman Louis just lets that one go through to the keeper Smith, and that will be the end of the 14th over. 12 noon here in the UK. That should be drinks. It will be. So why they have a drink? I'll go and have a quick comfort break myself, and I'll be back in 1 second. Back here. In the crease. Well, creates an angle. Atkinson, we're back. Almost caught and bowled. Plays that right back past the bowler's right hand, does Mackenzie. Unfortunately for him, it hits the stumps. That'll be a dot ball. Dropped just short of him. So it was not a caught and bowled chance as I first thought. Ooh, outside edge there though from the batsman, and that goes straight to, was it second or third slip? Mackenzie's going to be gone for 1. There's rain on the screen as well at Lords, which is not good. So Mackenzie goes for 1 from 14 deliveries. This one was a scrambled seam, pitched on off stump, and it goes to third slip. Zach Crawley took it at chest height. He's simple catch, really, for the England fielder. He was disappointed, though, will the West Indian batsman. He's gone for that skinny one. Caught Crawley, pulled Atkinson, and West Indies are on 36 for 2. Just wondering, they're having a quick look at the sky there. It's not coming down hard, but there's just a few spots on the lens, but the ground staff are getting ready. So right though, but then it's difficult to tell when the lights are on, isn't it? So Atkinson's got some fantastic. Alec Athenaeus is coming into bat. He's got a best of 47. It's like he's another left-handed batsman. Atkinson in again, trying to tempt him. Good line, good length outside off stump, but the new batsman won't be tempted there. Lets that go through. Lets that go through to the keeper. Scrambled seam. Atkinson into Athenaeus again. Just pushes that to the cover. Dot ball. Picked it up straight away, to be honest. Atkinson, thick outside edge to force flip, but all along the ground. No chance of being caught out there, that's for sure. Yeah, Crawley looked like he caught that through memory as much as actually seeing the ball into his hand. So the West Indies started off really well in this morning session after losing the toss. Atkinson, final ball of the 15th over. Athenaeus lets that go past. He's off stump to the keeper. Not interested in getting bat on that. And 36 for 2. Yeah, Australia. West Indies started off really, really well. Looked confident, scored quite quickly, to be honest. First couple of overs, but England bowlers kind of got the line and length sorted. Not a lot of movement. And the debutant Atkinson came on, took a wicket with his second delivery and then a wicket in his second over. And England are looking to capitalise now. Stokes comes in for the start of his second over. Louis on strike. Away movement there for Stokes. Louis leaves that one alone, raises his bat, lets the keeper dive to his right to take it. Interesting though, that died as well just before it got to the keeper, so didn't come off the wicket as he would have expected. Ooh, blew it. Lucky there. Plays a defensive shot. Stokes into Louis. Just pushes this one to the offside. Good defensive shot there. Head, bat, body, everything behind that. Just a dot ball. Stokes in. Outside off stump. Louis lets that one go through to the keeper. Stokes runs in. This one's on his pads. Hits the pads going down leg side and they'll get a single there. Will the West Indies. They'll move on to 37 for 2. A bit Athanaze. To face the final ball of Stokes' second over. Good attempt from Smith there, the keeper, to stop that going for 4 byes. Can't quite take it in his gloves, but good effort there from the wicket keeper. So it's going to be the left-handed Athanaze on strike. 4 slips in position. Final ball of this 16th over. Clips that off his thigh. Deep backward square leg will just into Smith, the keeper. Single to end the over. 38 for 2, the West Indies. Athanaze off the dreaded donut. He's on 1. And Louis on 23 at the non-striker's end. Surprisingly, it's going to be Atkinson to continue now. He's bowling his 3rd over. Pitched outside, off stump. Tried to push through covers there. A misfield by the captain, Stokes. They will get... He makes a right Horlicks of it. And they will run 2 there. Throws his ball in hard. Does Stokes. Disappointed with himself there. But 40 for 2. West Indies move on to Athanaze is on 3. Just saw there, Stokes. He kind of lost his footing and he's not done anything to his knee, so we're not concerned about that. But would have jarred it. Good reply from Atkinson. Beats Athanaze outside edge. No bat involved though. Through to the keeper. Dot ball. Atkinson into Athanaze. Bowls it onto his legs. Movement. Bit of swing. Goes over the off stump. Turn the batsman round, but there's no bat involved. Through to the wicket keeper. Dot ball. Atkinson into Athanaze. Just pushes that through to point. Hayes just pushes that one through to point again. Head, bat, body behind the ball. He's taking no liberties here with Atkinson. Almost bowled. One ball left of his fourth over, the debutant. He's got 2 wickets for 2 runs. Respect being shown by the West Indian batsman to the newcomer. Final ball. Bowls that onto the pads. Clip through to mid-on. Stifled appeal. I think it was bat and pad. And that'll be a dot ball to end the over. 17 gone. 40 for 2 the West Indies. Athenaeus on 3. Louis on 23. Stokes into Louis, first ball. Bent his back there, did Stokes. But played easily into the covers there. Dot ball. Stokes into Louis. Plenty of width outside off stump there, but the batsman's not being tempted. Lets that go through to the keeper. Don't forget to come and say hello in the chat. Stokes into Louis. 3 slips and a gully in place. Once again, lets that one roll straight through to the keeper. Looks like the rain that was floating around has disappeared now, so that's good news. And again, Stokes is trying to tempt Louis outside the off stump here, but the batsman is not biting at the minute. It's just a question of how long can Louis keep letting these balls that are tempting, how long can he let them go before he finally tries to cut one of them or crash one of them through the covers. There's a lovely gap there. Oh, I had a try at this one. Crawley appeals. Got behind, but no. Stokes said, I didn't hear anything. More importantly, the keeper Smith didn't go up. It was only Zach Crawley at third slip who rose. He did get tempted there, did the batsman, but he survives. This one's bowled. Good line, good length on the off stump. Just pushes it to point. Dot ball. End of this 18th over. The West Indies 40 for 2. Good battle going on now between batsman and bowler as to who's going to blink first, who's going to be tempted, who's going to wait for the bad delivery and capitalise on it. With dark clouds behind the floodlight there, hopefully they'll be moving away from Lords though. Atkinson into the start of his 5th over. Athenaeus on strike, the left-hander. Bit of width there, but lets that one go through to the keeper. He's currently on 3. It's always disconcerting when you see the crowd in the background moving in unison. It's whether they're all going to be putting the coats on and getting umbrellas up, but apparently not. Atkinson into Athenaeus there. Not sure what happened there. Something looked like it came out of his hand, or maybe it was off his boot. A little bit of turf come out. Walks has just gone over to the foothole. He's having a look at it. Slower delivery there. Full line, good length. Pushed back past the bowler, but doesn't time it, doesn't Athenaeus, and fielder at mid on will come around. Make that a dot ball. Atkinson into Athenaeus, tempter outside off stump. The batsman doesn't bite, through to the keeper. West Indies remain on 40. On 40 for 2. Started off at a good rate of knots, did the West Indies. It was Louis, actually, but, who was scoring the runs. But it's slowed. Athenaeus pushes this through point. Diving stop by Stokes. That'll be a dot ball though. Yeah, the current run rate is 2.12. Not that it particularly matters, but it just shows how England have come back into this game now after a fast start from the West Indies. Atkinson into Athenaeus. Outside off stump once again. Not tempted. 19 overs gone, through to the keeper. Dot ball to end that 19th over. Stokes into Louis. Inside edge. Misses the stumps, and that'll race down to fine leg. That'll go for 4. Stokes beats Louis on the outside. He wasn't pushing at it though. So it's straight through to the keeper, but no chance of an outside edge there really. Beats the outside edge again there, does Stokes. But Louis, he's not pushing at the ball, which is kind of keeping his outside edge safe from getting that nick to the keeper. So England have got 3 slips and a gully now for Lewis. Stokes runs in. Good line on middle stump, good length full. Just pushes that into mid wicket, and that'll be a dot ball. Looks like he's getting his eye in here, does Louis? He's managing to... Anderson's getting some sweat off Stokes' forehead as he tries to shine one side of that ball now. They'll be trying to get some movement, will the England bowlers. But Louis is looking like he's reading the deliveries well here. That one swings the other way though, in swinger, as he tries to push at that one, does Louis. Misses the outside edge though, dot ball. Bit of frustration here for Stokes. He's been swinging it away from the West Indian batsman, but on that occasion turns that seam around. So it's good that it's moving both ways now. And that was definitely an in-swinging delivery. There's a little smile there, does Louis with his braces on. Beats the outside edge on the last delivery of the 20th over. Through to the keeper, no bat involved. 44 for 2. Stokes has no wickets for 6 runs from his 4 overs. He'll be pleased he's got these overs under his belt, Will Stokes, after his injuries and what have you. It's going to be Jimmy Anderson coming back into the attack. Let's see if he can... Now this ball's got a little bit of shine on it. It's a little bit older. That lacquer's gone. Let's see if he can get some movement now. It's going to be Athenaeus on strike. He's on 3. West Indies 44 for 2. Anderson runs in. Left-handed batsman on strike. That was a bit of a slower delivery, actually, onto his pads. Just pushed into mid-wicket. Dot ball. Seam bolt upright there, but no real movement. Well, like I say, it was a loosener and it was a slower delivery. I would guess around 79, 80 mile an hour. Frankie James is in the house. I was watching you put the bird feed out. I said you need to be a foot taller. Anderson into Athenaeus. Just pushes that one to square leg. Dot ball. Just trying to sort his foot all out there. He's Anderson. And here's Waits. Beating on the outside edge there by Anderson. Definitely it'll push it, that one by the batsman. No batting ball though. Straight through to Smith. 44 for 2. Anderson 0 for 11 from his 5.5 overs. This time Athenaeus moves towards his off stump, but just pushes that one through to mid-on. No run. Just starting to look a little bit more confident now is the West Indian batsman, starting to move around on his crease a little bit prior to delivery. getting his feet moving. Anderson runs in, bowls this one down the leg side there. Good take by the keeper. That'd be a dot ball. Would have been a definite wide in the T20, that's for sure. Got to get that new mindset now. This is Test match cricket. Although I don't think anybody told Louis in the first couple of overs he was going at a fair rate of knots. That's slowed up though now. The England bowlers have got the line and the length sorted. Anderson into Athanaze. Targeting his off stump. End of the 21st over. That's a dot ball. 44 for 2, the West Indies. At 27 minutes, and then that'll be lunch. Hopefully the rain stays away. What we'll do over lunch, we'll just leave the stream running. I'll get my lunch. Chat will be open, so feel free to use that. Hopefully we'll have some of our West Indian fans in. It's going to be Stokes into Louis. Straight down leg side. Can't get anything on it. No bat or pad. Dot ball. Good take by the keeper. Smith, who's been pretty faultless on his debut so far. He'll be pleased to get that first session under his belt. Stokes is steaming in now. Outside edge. That'll be caught at third slip. He was waiting for that for the last 2 overs with Stokes. That battle has been going on, and eventually that width outside the off stump, Louis couldn't resist it. Had a good push at that, trying to, well, not drive it through the covers, but trying to push it through the covers. And that little punch shot. The batsman has to go. It was kind of a forward defensive shot that was looking to be pushed through the covers, got an outside edge and taken about half an inch off the floor by Brook at third slip. And Louis got to go for 27. He's faced 58 deliveries, caught Brook, bowled Stokes. 44 for 3, the West Indies, and after a good start from the first 2-3 overs, England have definitely got the initiative back now. All started by the debutant, Atkinson, taking a wicket with his second delivery in Test cricket, then taking his second wicket in just his second over. And now Stokes has joined in with the third wicket. But that was set up in the previous Stokes over. Kept tempting. Louis outside that off stump with width. And eventually, he succumbed. Gavin Hodge comes in. He's got a best of 71 this year, the Australia in Brisbane. That was a fantastic catch by Harry Brook at third slip. It went with some pace. Stokes runs in. Right-handed batsman on strike. Gets off the mark straight away. Tickles it down to fine leg off his pads. Hodge moves on to 1. Athanaze is now on strike. He's on 3. Scene position there from Stokes with his ball to Louis. Just had that little bit of movement to the outside towards off stump, and that's what got the outside edge. Athenaeus on strike. Bit of bounce there from Stokes. Didn't quite get as high as he would have expected though, and Athenaeus just lets that one go. Sways out the way, lets it go through to the keeper. Stokes into Athenaeus. Just pushes that one back down the wicket. Dot ball. Stokes is having a look at his foothold. Definitely a case of little and large in the slips with Duckett there, stood next to Zach Crawley. "22 overs gone. Final ball was just pushed down the wicket by Athenaeus. 45 for 3 from West Indies. Hopefully that rain will stay away. Anderson's going to come into bowl his 7th over. Previous 6 have gone 0 for 11. Going to be Hodge on strike. 4 slips in place. Good line, good length. Left alone by the batsman through to the keeper. Hodge waits. Anderson in. Pulls it onto his pads. Just pushes that back to the bowler. Dot ball. 45 for 3 the West Indies. That run rate's just at 2.01. I don't think the West Indies will worry one jot about that at the moment. They'll be looking to get Athenaeus and Hodge seeing the ball. Well, that's going to be... we'll try and get through to lunch now, I would have guessed. Anderson into Hodge. Bit of a way movement there. Full length delivery though. Just pushed back to Anderson himself. Fields it. Throws the ball to another. I couldn't see who it was. They'll be doing the shining for him. But yeah, the West Indies won't be wanting to lose another wicket before lunch, that's for sure. You've then got the issue of having lunch and then having to start all over again once you get back in the middle. They'll be hoping the sun comes out maybe. Ooh, this one moves the other way off the pitch from Anderson into the batsman, but just follows that one and lets it go through to the keeper. Getting some away swing and some in swing there. Hodge on strike. Off the back foot, pushes that to point. Dot ball. The shout of no comes in. Rightly so. There won't be a single there. The last thing the West Indies will need is a wicket lost through a risky run. Anderson. Little bit of in swing there. Clip down to fine leg. That'll be a single. End of the 23rd. Run rate, bang on 2. 46 for 3, the West Indies. The way he's bowling Anderson, I know he's retiring, but he'll be thinking he could go on for another year or two, no doubt. Till the end of play today, and then he'll start, the aching body will start. Stokes into Hodge, forward slips in play, onto the pads, clip through to mid-wicket. Dot ball though. Fielder gets around quickly. Hodge is on 2. Athanase at the non-striker's end, he's on 3. Stokes into Hodge. Width outside the off stump. Bit of a slower ball. Hodge doesn't get tempted. Just raises his bat. Lets that one go through to the keeper, Smith. Do we start all over again? We had this with Louis. Is he going to be tempted? Maybe not with 15 minutes to lunch. But 15 minutes is a long time when you're getting them juicy, wide deliveries. And again, stands tall, does Hodge, raises his bat extravagantly into the air as though to say, I will not be tempted. I will not be tempted. But we all know, eventually, instinct takes over. And it's either glory as the ball crashes into the boundary for 4, or you look a bit of a plum as you're on your way back to the pavilion. This one's bowled a bit straighter. Hodge just pushes it into the ground in front of him. Dot ball. Indicates that one got a little bit higher than he expected off the pick. That run rate has dropped to 1.94. But like I say, it matters not a jot. Stokes into Hodge. Slower ball outside off stump. This time he can't resist it. Crashes it with a thick outside edge. But it races to the boundary. It did go in the air though. And it went over the man at backward point. If you're going to flash at it, flash hard, as they say. And he certainly did that, the batsman. Four onto Hodges' score, 50 for 3. West Indies move on. Move on to 50. That's the end of the 24th over. Just about 13 minutes till lunch. Birds are going mad for that food. you've put out there now.
Let's keep on going. It's like can't provide a buffet one day and then not.
Gonna have to get another job just to feed the birds.
Okay.
Some beak on that.
It's
good.
great.
It's going to be Anderson to continue. He's went around the wicket, start of his 8th over. Previous have gone for 12 runs, no wickets yet. Athenaeus on strike, left-handed batsman. Just plays that into the ground. That'll be a dot ball. Anderson in, Athenaeus on strike. Good line, good length and off stump. Gets a thick inside edge to square leg. That'll be a single. 51 for 3. Athenaeus moves on to 4. It'll be Hodge on strike. Just watching them birds there. There's plenty of food there. There's 4 crows on there. And they're all trying to keep each other away from it. Not just humans that are thick. Anderson into Athenaeus. Raises his bat high again in that exaggerated fashion. Goes through to the keeper. Dot ball. Anderson into Hodge. Oh my word, thick inside edge as he was trying to play a defensive shot. It goes through to fine leg. It will stop it going to the boundary. It missed the stumps by inches. And that'll be 2 added to the West Indies score. 53 for 3. But Hodge was far from convincing there with that shot. Hodge on to 8. Lords is looking pretty full. A few empty seats, but not many. Oh my word, what are the West Indies doing? The ball there pushed just pushed towards point. Decided to take a single, then they didn't, then they did, then Hodge eventually decides, no, I'm going back to the batter's end. And the throw came in at the stumps. The batsman would have been in his ground anyway. But not what you want if you're a West Indian supporter just before lunch, 9 minutes. And there again he's looking to, this one just pushed to mid-wicket and Anderson fields it himself, but looking nervous, the West Indian batsman. Either way, no harm done, 53 for 3, 25 overs completed. Run rate 2.12. Athenaeus is on 4 from 28 deliveries. Hodge is on 8 from 17, but it'll be Athenaeus, left-handed batsman, on strike. It'll be Stokes in to bowl his 7th over, 1 wicket for 11 runs, so good effort from Stokes. He's going around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Athenaeus pushes this through the covers, times it all right, but he'll just get a couple. Maybe they'll take the arm on as well and go for 3. They do. They're going to have to run quick, but yeah, no issue there. 3 goes on to Athenaeus' score. He moves on to 7. West Indies 56 for 3. And it'll be Hodge on strike. These two batsmen are going to have to make a pretty good fist of this because there's not a great deal of batting to come. Athenaeus lets that one go through to the keeper. Once again, Stokes trying to tempt him outside the off stump with a little bit of width. Six minutes till lunch. This one's a bit straighter from Stokes, but Hodge gets his bat on that, pushes it back to the bowler. West Indies remain on 56 for the loss of 3 wickets. 2 taken by Atkinson, the debutant. 1 by his captain, Stokes, who runs in now. Hodge waits. Over slips and a gully in place. Lets that one go through to the keeper. He'll have one eye on the clock, that is for sure. Stokes into Hodge, down the leg side, can't get any bat on it, and well taken by Smith, the keeper. That'll be a dot ball. Stokes' final ball of his 7th over. Lets that one go through to the keeper. End of the over. Good effort there from Stokes. 7 overs on the bounce, so he's obviously had his fitness up to par. He's been working hard in the nets, no doubt. 26 overs completed. West Indies 56 for 3. Athenaeus on 7. Hodge on 8. And it'll be Anderson to bowl his 9th over of the morning. Not for 15. Probably going to be the final over before lunch. Athenaeus on strike, he's on 7. Anderson in, wide of the crease. Forward defensive shot there from the batsman, fielded by Stokes. In the cover, dot ball. Anderson into Athenaeus. straighter delivery there, just pushed to mid-on. Another dot ball. 2 and a bit minutes until lunch, so it looks like this will probably be the next but one over to the end, depending how quickly they move between. This one's clipped off his thigh there, down to fine leg. Bashir will throw that in. Single added, 57 for 3. So 3 deliveries left. Yeah, we should definitely get, barring there's a wicket, we should definitely get another over in after this. Well, Jimmy's ambling back to his run-up mark. Probably waiting for a cucumber sandwich. Hodge on strike, right-handed batsman. Width outside the off stump, cut through point, and that will go to the boundary for 4. Obviously didn't get the memo about making sure you get in at lunch. Instinct kicks in, but he caught that well enough. West Indies move on to 61 for a loss of 3 wickets. Went square of Ollie Pope at backward point. This one a bit straighter from Anderson. Uses his football skills as the balls hit back to him. Saves the old back Jimmy. Volleys it up into the air. He'll be shining the ball all the way back now, ruining his whites. The dazzle will be in full floor tonight in the washing machine. Final ball of the over. Hodge on strike. Clips that one off his... Now this is where, when I said a few overs ago, England had a leg slit, sort of short, fine leg. I don't know if there was any bat involved though there, but it certainly saved a single-hander boundary. So they'll be changing ends quickly here, England, so they can get that final over in before lunch. As long as the umpire gets to his position before the clock strikes 1, that over will be bowled, and it's going to be Ben Stokes to bowl his 8th over on the spin. 1 for 14. I'll have to put my sandwiches on hold for just one more over. 3 slips in position. Stokes to the left-handed Athenaeus. A little bit shorter. Thinks about pulling it, hooking it, Athenaeus, but lets it go through to the keeper. Little tempter there from Stokes. Final over before lunch. The birds out there have eaten more than me today. I'm looking forward to mine. Stokes into Athenaeus. Slower ball outside off stump. Just pushes it into the cover. That'll be a dot ball. 61 for 3, the West Indies. Run rates at 2.23 for those who were interested. Stokes into Athenaeus. Bit of a way swing there. Pulls his bat away at the last minute. Athenaeus through to the keeper. Yeah, England's over rate will be 28 from the first session, so 90 overs in the day. We'll be hoping to get Bashir on later on. That should speed up the over rate. You don't want to be falling foul of the match referee there, do you? Stokes runs in, plays it late there, does Athenaeus. They think about a quick single, but backward point, fields that quickly. The shout of no comes in. With 2 balls to go before lunch, I don't know why you'd be looking at taking a quick single. England putting a fourth slip in now for the final 2 balls. Athenaeus on strike. They won't be coming into effect though if you bowl down the leg side like that, Stokes. Good take by Smith, the keeper. Frankie James is at the side of me yawning. It is after watching T20. Stokes, final ball before lunch. Athenaeus on strike. Wide outside off stump. Lets that go through to the keeper, does the batsman. And that should be lunch. 61 for 3, the West Indies. 28 overs bowled in that session. And that will be lunch. The batsmen are walking off. I'm going to go and get my lunch now. So we'll leave the chat open and leave the screen there. And we'll be back in approximately 40 minutes. Let's hope that rain stays away. We'll leave the chat open. Feel free to use that. Send us any messages. And we'll be back shortly. I'll be back after lunch. I hope you all enjoyed yours, whatever you had. For me, it was a bit of cheese and ham salad. I've been getting a bit portly lately, so trying to get rid of this double chin doesn't come off as easy, does it, when you're getting older? Got to work harder at it. Got to stay fit, though. All you youngsters out there now, the effort you put in, you'll get the benefits of it when you're getting older. Once you start pushing towards 60, it gets harder to come on. West Indies, 61 for 3. It's going to be Atkinson to resume bowling after lunch. Be Hodge on strike. Ball's a bit shorter. He pulls this one. Backward square leg, couldn't get near that. So Hodge is not hanging around, is he? I think he's had Weetabix for his dinner. Atkinson banged it in a little bit shorter, but it didn't get up as high as he would have hoped. And Hodge just pulled that beautifully. He was onto it quickly. Hodge on strike again. Bit fuller this time from Atkinson, outside off stump. In behind it nicely, Hodge. Just drops it in front of him. Dot ball. I did have 8 Pringles though with my salad. But there's only 1 gram of fat in a Pringle. Atkinson runs into Hodge, 3 slips in place. Pulls this one towards leg stump. Just prods that one to mid-on for a dot ball. $65 for 3, the West Indies. Hodge is on 16 from 28 deliveries. Athanase is on 8 from 38 deliveries. But they needed to stabilise the innings, these 2 batsmen. They've done a good job for the West Indies. Atkinson in again. Bowls this one shorter of a length, just pushes it through. Cover. That'll be a dot ball. I've just deleted an email I didn't want to. Atkinson into Hodge. A little bit of in-swing there. Pushes it to mid-off. To recover that one. Trying to work and watch the cricket and do a stream. Multitasking is not Jimmy James's forte, I don't think. I don't know where I'll find that now. I'll worry about that in a minute. Atkinson pitches this one up outside off stump. Hodge just gets his bat on it, chops it down to backward point. Dot ball to end the over. 65 for 3, the West Indies. Hodge is on 16. Athanase is on 8. And he'll be on strike at the start of the 30th over. Just wonder who's going to be bowling this one. Jimmy Anderson's back on the pitch now. He was back a little bit tardy from lunch. It's going to be Walks back into the attack. His 6 overs previously have gone for 18 runs, no wickets. Everything looks all right with the stream. Everything looks all right with the weather at Lord's. Walks is giving the ball a good shine on the back of his leg, on his hamstring, probably warming it up as well. Now Walks runs in. Athenaeus left-handed on strike, slow ball outside off stump. Read well by Athenaeus, and he just drops his bat onto that. That goes into the covers, and it'll be a dot ball. Just a quick reminder, all things being equal, we've got all 5 days of the coverage of this first test. Athenaeus on strike. Good line, good length from Walks. Just drops it to mid-off. Does the batsman. West Indies remain on 65 for 3. Four slips in place for Walks. He runs in. Just push through to mid-off there, Stokes. That'll be a dot ball. Funny position there. But Stokes, he's sort of a wide mid-off position. Walks in again. This one's driven straight by Athenaeus. Didn't time it perfectly, but it might beat Bashir to the boundary with a dive. Does get to the boundary. That was just a push back past the bowler and timed it well enough. Run down the slope there, and 4 will be added to his score. Right off the middle of the bat, we saw the lovely cherry mark appear as he hit that. Just a little push as much as anything, but timed well. Walks into Athenaeus again. This one's pushed through again, past Ben Stokes at mid-off, and that one will also reach the boundary. Not trying to hit it too hard, he's just timing it nicely. Sunday race on to 73 for 3 to the West Indies. They've definitely enjoyed the lunch break and regrouped. Athenaeus, and just in a blink of an eye, moves on to 16 from 43 deliveries. Run rate's up to 2.45. Walks runs in. Athenaeus late on the shot there, just plays it in front of him, watching it all the way. End of the 30th, 73 for 3 the West Indies. Walks has conceded 26 runs from his 7 overs. Doesn't look like there's a lot of pace in this wicket, to be honest. That might change if it can get a little bit of sun on it, but there certainly wasn't an issue with sun this morning. The lights were on. And just for a moment, there was a sprinkling of light rain, but that seems to have blown away now. And hopefully, we won't have any weather issues. It's going to be Atkinson in to bowl his 7th over, 2 for 6 from his previous 6. Hodge on strike, he's on 16. Well, lets that one go past the outside off stump, raises his bat in the air. Bit of in-swinging movement, both in the air and off the wicket there from Atkinson. One bouncing into the keeper's gloves. Atkinson into Hodge. Off the back foot. Pushes it to mid. Off. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, Smith behind the stumps, debutant for England. He's had a pretty uneventful morning, which he will be enjoying. He's had a couple of good diving stops, which will build his confidence, obviously. I'll just be looking for an outside edge now. Hodge on strike. Plays it late to backward point. Dot ball finds the fielder. The lights are still on at Lords. Looking around, there's a lot of cloud, but it's all sort of light and fluffy, so hopefully there's no rain lurking. You can never be too sure, though. This is England. Atkinson goes a little bit shorter. Looks to pull this one, does Hodge, but he wasn't in control of that, and it's a big top edge. But it's flown all the way over the wicket keeper's head. It just got on him a little bit quickly, and he didn't pull out of it, but he didn't commit to the shot. Came off the top edge at the bottom of the bat and flew for 6. He'll take that. 79 for 3 the West Indies move on to. Hodge is on 22, and he's on strike. Atkinson in. This time he pulls it with his leg in the air. Just be a single, though. Deep backward square leg. Sends that back into the wicket keeper. 80 for 3. The West Indies move on to Hodge on 23. Athenaeus, who's now on strike, he's currently scored 16. Going along nicely. Final ball of this 31st over. Left-hander, Athenaeus waits. Atkinson runs in to take a quick single after some dithering yes, no. End of the 31st over, 81 for 3. Athenaeus on 17. Been a little bit indecisive at times as the West Indies run in between the wickets. But they've certainly come out firing, have the West Indies, after lunch. Trying to take the attack to the English bowlers. And he walks into bowl again. This will be his 8th over. Not for 26. 3 slips in play. A backward point. Left-handed batsman. Walks around the wicket. Good stop at backward point there by Joe Root. That'll be a dot ball. Walks around the wicket. Left-handed batsman Athenaeus. Forward defensive, pushes it back to the bowler. West Indies will stay on 81 for 3. Run rates crept up nicely there to 2.59. It did dip below 2 before lunch. But Walks into Athenaeus. Movement into the batsman off the pitch there. Tries to clip it off his legs, but no bat. Just thuds into his pad. Drops right in front of the batsman, and that'll be a dot ball. Walks into Athenaeus, drives it straight back, punches it at the bowler, who gets something on it, and it's a dot ball after it eventually flies to mid-on. Not sure what it came off, whether it was a shin, foot. Either way, it's a dot ball. This time outside the off stump. That's just push through point for a single. Athenaeus moves on to 18. Hodge moves on. Well, he's on strike. He's on 23. West Indies move on to 82 for 3. Hodge with plenty of jewellery around his neck. Another effort at looking like Mr. T. Jofra Archer's another one. Likes wearing his gold. 4 slips in play here. Almost came into play in a bigger way, but that misses the outside edge of Hodge's bat. End of the 32nd over. 82 for 3, the West Indies. Lovely delivery. Bowled into the outside, bowled into the off stump with a bit of a way swing, and then moved away as well off the pitch. Frustratingly for Walks though, no outside edge. 32 overs gone. It's going to be Atkinson. He's going to come in and bowl his 8th over. Previous 7 have gone for 14 runs, taken 2 wickets. His first of which was from his second ball in Test cricket. Bravo, young man. Athenaeus on strike. In behind it, pushes it to mid-off, dot ball. Yeah, Athenaeus, he's got plenty of gold around his neck. Lovely gold. A lovely gold cross there as well. Jofra Archer's a fan of that, isn't he? Jordan, he likes to wear plenty of jewellery. Atkinson into Athenaeus. There again, in behind that, pushes it into the covers. Sends Hodge back, who was looking for a quick single, maybe. Would have definitely not beat the ball to the stumps, though, had there been a shy there. Clive Lloyd in the crowd, looking good. Looking well fed, looking healthy. Looking very smart. This one's pitched up outside off stump. Athenaeus doesn't miss out on that. Just punches it through the cover. Didn't time it perfectly, but reached the boundary with no fielder. No fielder in sight. 4 added to the score. That'll be 86 for 3. And Athenaeus will move on to 2022. This one's pitched up again outside off stump. Doesn't time it quite as well though. Just pushed into the covers for a single. 87 for 3 the West Indies move on to. Athenaeus on 23. He's faced 54 deliveries. Hodge now takes strike. He's on 23. He's faced 37 deliveries. 2 balls left in this 33rd over. 3 slips in place. Atkinson runs in. Hodge waits. Pushes this to mid-on. Shout of no. As they look for maybe a quick single, decide against it. Once again, rightly so. I do believe I can see a little bit of blue sky in the distance over Lords. Let's hope there's more to follow. Atkinson in for the last ball of his over. Hodge on strike. Clips that off his pads. Into mid-wicket. Just be a single, so he'll stay on strike. 88 for 3, the West Indies. Hodge moves on to 24. Good effort this from the 2 West Indian batsmen. They came in when, let's be honest, West Indies were in a little bit of trouble. I don't think there's a great deal of batting to come after these 2, so they'll be looking at the least, to be getting half centuries each. And then maybe moving on to 3 figures. I suppose as this pitch dries out a little bit now, the cloud moves away. Might be a little bit easier for the batsman. Walks into Hodge, pushes that to point. Dot ball. Hodge chewing away at his gum. Wispy beard under his helmet. Walk, runs in. Watches it late. Drops it to point. Dot ball. Hodge plays that shot beautifully. He just plays it really late. Watches it all the way onto his bat. Takes a slips out of play with that shot, really. The ball of the over. Walks in just outside off stump. Pushes it through to point. Dot ball. Yeah, none of the England bowlers look like they're getting much pace out of this wicket. So they're having to rely on a little bit of movement in the air, a little bit of movement off the wicket. Once again, Hodge watches this one pitched up, watches it late, just pushes it to mid-off. All defensive, thick outside edge to point, but all along the ground. Just a dot ball. Joe Root ruining his whites. His whites look like a butcher's apron now as he tries to get a shine on that ball. Throws it back to Walks. Walks runs in. Hodge waits. Tries to cut that one late, but finds the fielder at points. 34 overs completed. West Indies 88 for 3. Athenaeus on 23, Hodge on 24. Good buzz around the ground at Lords, as you would expect. Just a quick reminder, tonight, once the cricket's finished, we've got a little bit of a break here at Catch It Live First. Atkinson into Athenaeus. Pushes that to mid-off, straight to the fielder though, dot ball. Yeah, after the cricket, we've got a little bit of a break, and then at 5 to 8, we'll be back on our live streaming. England taking on Holland in the semi-final of the Euros 2024. The winner of this match will be facing Spain in the final. Atkinson into Athenaeus. Wide outside off stump. As a product, that one, Athenaeus gets an outside edge. And that's a simple catch. Poor shot from the batsman, really, after looking so good. Athenaeus goes for 23. West Indies 88 for 4. And Atkinson gets his third wicket of the innings. That Joe Root, actually, at first slip, diving forwards. He just went after that one, did Athenaeus, and he wasn't really trying to do too much with it. It's not like he was trying to crash it through the covers or put it to backward point or anything. It was just a rod at the ball. And if you were having a training session and you were looking to practice your slip fielding, that's the kind of shot that would have been played. You'll be disappointed will be the batsman there. However, Atkinson, the pick of the England bowlers so far this morning, that's for sure. He's taking 3 of the wickets. And we know why he's in the England team now. And if he carries on like this, he's going to be in the England team for a long, long time. This is his first, obviously, it's his debut, so this is his first test match. Took a wicket with his second delivery. You'll remember that. The wicket of Branthwaite. Not Branthwaite. He's not a footballer for Everton, soon to be at Manchester United. Brathwaite. Apologies for that. So Jason Holder's come in. A best of 202. He'll be hoping for that today, that's for sure. I don't know what his height is, but he's a big unit holder, isn't he? Yeah, Athenaeus was just starting to look to open up a bit, but he's gone for 23. 4 slips in play. And he's got an outside edge from his first delivery that's gone. So that was third slip. And what? We don't like doing this to Holder, but he's got to have it. The duck is going to follow Holder off, not from from one delivery. 88 for 5, the West Indies, and banging trouble now. Atkinson got a little bit of bounces. Holder looked to play it through the leg side off his pads, but he got a leading edge, really. And it just squirted to the slip fielder as Atkinson celebrates. Caught bowled Atkinson. He's still not off the field yet, but I like Holder, so we'll let him off early with the duck. Harry Brook at third slip, simple catch there. So what a morning this young man's had. Silva comes in. Josh De Silva. He's got a best of 100 against England in Grenada 2022. Hat-trick ball coming up now for Atkinson. The crowd will be cheering him in, no doubt. Hat-trick ball goes on the big screen. What a debut this would be. 5 slips, a gully, a short leg. Atkinson in. Bowls it on the stump. Full pitch delivery. Played straight back to him. Dot ball. Wry smile on Atkinson's face there. De Silva wasn't going to be the next victim. But 88 for 5, like I say, the West Indies now banging trouble. Hodge is on 24 from 45. They need something big from him, that's for sure. De Silva on strike. Inside edge, through to the keeper. That's got to be gone. It was outside off stump. Prods forward, does De Silva. An inside edge. But that carried through to the keeper well. Well taken by Smith. Just missed out on the hat-trick ball, but he won't be bothered, Atkinson. He's having a fantastic morning and a fantastic debut. He's got to go. De Silva lasted just 2 deliveries, and I'm afraid the Duck's going to be following him off as well. .88 for 6. Caught Smith, bowled Atkinson. Oh dear. That'll be a 5 for. Five for 20 for Atkinson. Test match debutant today. 5 for 20. And he's not even bowled 9 overs yet. He's going to be enjoying this, isn't he? Talk about making your mark and taking your opportunity when you get one. Well, that young man certainly has done. Five slips in place for this final delivery of his over for Atkinson. Going to be Joseph coming into bat. Alzari Joseph. He's got a best of 86. That was against New Zealand in 2020 at Hamilton. 1 ball left of this 35th over for Atkinson. 5 slips. Leg slip. Short leg. Bit of a bouncer. That hits the new batsman Joseph right in the grill. It wasn't bowled that short, and the new batsman Joseph was looking to duck underneath it. Took his eye off it, got it all wrong. Took one straight in the grill. He's okay though. They'll now the protocols will kick in. We'll come and check the helmet. That's the one he wears on his head before any of you start sniggering. Grow up. But wonderful over there from Atkinson. He won't want to give that ball up now. He'll want to keep balling. Gets a standing ovation from the crowd as he takes up his position in the field. Looks confident, just acknowledges the crowd, doesn't get too giddy. Looks like he's in the zone. Good catch by Smith as well behind the wickets there with that inside edge. So you'd be looking to go to the right. But got there well. Jimmy Anderson with a big smile on his face as Atkinson raised the ball above his head with his fifer. Got walk, seal ball the 36th over. It's Hodge on strike. 3 slips. Slower delivery. Beats the outside edge through to Smith. No bat involved though. Dot ball. After lunch, the West Indies look really positive in that first over. With Athenaeus. Hodge hitting boundaries, but it's not lasted. The ball is back on top. There again, took a little bit of pace off these deliveries as walks, and he's getting the ball to move. That one moves away from Hodge. No bat involved through to the keeper. Another dot ball. Batsmen to come now is Morty, Seals and Joseph. Not a lot there, is there, if you're a West Indian fan? Walks into Hodge. Cuts this one. Tries to crash it to the boundary. Absolutely crashed that, but he finds Ollie Pope at point. What a fantastic catch. And Hodge is still hanging around. He can't believe that that's been caught. He absolutely, he creamed that, but straight at Ollie Pope at point, and he's still walking off really slow. Can't believe his bad luck there, finding the fielder. But he's got to go. 88 for 7, the West Indies. Just watching a replay. He timed that beautifully, but Ollie Pope just to the left of him. He drops to his knees, does the batsman. Can't believe it. But you've got to go. You've got to go, young man. Great catch. I mean, it was one of those. If he'd have managed to get something on it and stop a boundary, we would have all been delighted if you were an England fan, obviously. But for that to stick, blimey O'Reilly, governor. All of those hours of practicing in the field, I'm pretty sure they won't be hitting it that hard though in practice. So if the West Indies were banging trouble before, they're double banging trouble now, because the man Hodge, who was on 24, would have been looking for a half century and more. He's gone. There's going to be 2 new batsmen in at the crease. Going to be Joseph. Morty into bat, left-handed batsman. Walks, runs in. Morty just pushes this to backward point. Morty with the best of 23 not out. 4th batsman on the dreaded donut. Walks in again. This one just hits the hip or midriff of the batsman. Dot ball. We're just seeing that catch again of Ollie Pope from Hodge. I mean, reaction time must have been minimal. It looks even more impressive at full speed. Walks into Morty. Gets some in swing and a bit of in swing, a bit of movement in towards the batsman off the pitch as well, but he gets an inside edge onto his pad. End of the 36th over. Morty survives. He's still on naught though. Ollie Pope's got the helmet on now. Is he going to go in at short leg? Atkinson, he's going to continue to bowl for 9 overs. He's got 5 for 20 on debut. Had a hat-trick ball that he just missed out on, but then the very next ball after that, he took a wicket again. He'll be continuing to start the 37th over. He's got 4 slips. It's going to be Joseph on strike. Wide outside off stump. Batsman lets that go through to the keeper. Atkinson bowls it on the pads, clipped over leg side. Good job he got a bat on that because it would have been plumb, but he gets enough bat on that. Does Joseph, and that's whipped through the leg side for 4. 92 for 7 the West Indies move on to. Joseph's on 4. Atkinson into Joseph again. Similar, very similar shot. Races to the boundary. Needs to make sure he gets the bat on the ball though if he's going to play these shots, does Joseph, because if he misses either of the 2 that he's just sent for 4, he's plumb LBW. It's all okay while you're getting the bat involved, but as soon as you miss it, you're in trouble. Joseph again drives this one straight back past Atkinson. Can't get a hand out for a caught and bowled, and it races to the boundary. Races for another 4 runs to the total. That's 100 up for the West Indies in a matter of no time. Joseph moves on to 12 from 5 deliveries. Atkinson just stuck his hand out then, hoping to get something on it. But he couldn't manage it, and that ball races away. Atkinson comes in, bounces. Joseph just drops underneath it, lets it go through to the keeper. And again, he goes right back past the bowler, over mid-off, straight to the boundary. 104 for 7, 37 overs completed. Joseph's just going to, he's not bothering running, he's just going to get these runs in boundaries. As he races on to 16. Meets his teammate at the other end, in the middle, at the end of the over. So what's all the fuss about? Don't see what the fuss is about. Just keep sending it to the boundary. And Morty no doubt said, I've still got a donut next to me. I'm still on naught. I don't want to catch it live. Jimmy James duck following me off. Walks, runs in. Morty on strike. Ooh, some extreme swing there late. Through to the keeper. Kind of went in two goes, that ball, with the swing. So Vivian Richards, he's up on his feet. He loved that shot. Morty on strike. Walks, runs in. Late swing again. Backward point. No run though. Finds a fielder. Four slips. Backward point. Walks into Morty. Pushes this through to cover. To be a dot ball. Morty's adjusted his gloves. Walks, runs in. Leg slip in play. Wide of the off stump. Straight to the keeper, who's got a dive to take it. Batsman's not interested. He's coming around the wicket now to the left-hander. Three slips and a leg slip. That's just played off his thigh. Just be a single. Morty will get off the mark as well. He'll be pleased about that, as will I. Nobody likes sending anyone off the pitch with a duck following them. 105 for 7 the West Indies move on to. Run rate, if you're interested, 2.78. And it's going to be Joseph on strike. He's on 16 from 7 deliveries. What's he going to do to Walks? If he's going to try and do the same as he's done to Atkinson, he's going to need to be careful, because Walks is getting a little bit of movement in the air. We'll find out. Into Joseph. Clips this one off his pads. Pads are right in front of the wickets again, though, but he gets the single. Backward square leg. 106 for 7 the West Indies move on to. But that's the dangerous shot that Joseph keeps playing. As soon as he misses, which he eventually will, he's a candidate for LBW. But 17 off 8 deliveries. He's going along nicely. I'm just got to stretch my back. Atkinson into Joseph. He's played this one. He tried to go right over the bowler's head, but it just goes up in the air, doesn't go anywhere. And he's gone, unfortunately. How's Joseph? Caught by, I won't tell you who. Guess who caught this? You can have one guess. I can tell you who bowled it. Walks with the catch. We know who the bowler is, so we're not surprised at that. Atkinson, 6 for. So we, good effort though there by Joseph. $17 he's gone for. Trying to play it straight, batted back over the bowler's head, but didn't get enough on that. Atkinson. Alzari Joseph. It seems funny calling him Joseph. I always call him Alzari. I'm going to confuse myself now. Got to go with what they call him on TV. We've got Shamar Joseph coming in to bat. Henry the Jack Russell's just woke up as the deliveries arrived. He has a life of Riley, does that dog. Atkinson. Into ball. Big appeal for LBW there, going down leg side though. Little bit late swing there, saved the batsman. But Joseph didn't look convincing there at all. Atkinson's moving the ball away. He's swinging it both ways really. He can move it both ways off the pitch. He's if you're a batting side, he is a menace, isn't he? Joseph on strike again. Slips as he tries to play the shot over to leg side. It goes up in the air and it's caught by Ollie Pope at backward point after he was trying to send this one over the leg side, lost his footing somehow, carried on with the shot as he slipped, and the ball went to the offside backward point and he's got to go. Bizarre shot by Joseph there. He was unlucky in the respect to the slip, but Atkinson takes another wicket. He almost did the splits. And we know what's got to follow Joseph off. The Duck's going to be tired. He's followed that many of the West Indian batsmen off the field. He goes for none, does Shamar Joseph. Caught Pope, bowled you know who. Atkinson on debut. Let's get that duck off there. I did say duck off. You didn't mishear me. And that is a little bit poor from the West Indian batsman there. I mean, there's no rush. There's plenty of time, and to play that shot, I don't know. No, he's not a batsman, but I mean, you've got to have a little bit of respect for the bowler, surely. In less than an hour after lunch, the West Indies are banging trouble. $106 for 9. Batsman coming in is going to be Seales. I'm not sure how you would pronounce his name. We'll see what the experts say. Seales off the mark. Thick inside edge down to fine leg. 107 for 9. On strike. Left-handed batsman doesn't bother with that one, lets it go through to the keeper. Morty's on 1 from 9. You're going to say this West Indian innings is going to be wrapped up pretty quickly. It's been some decent bowling by England, some good bowling by England. Tries to put this one, does Morty. Misses and through to the keeper, no edge involved. End of the 39th over. Atkinson takes the applause of the crowd. 7 for 37 from 11 overs on debut. That's some impressive figures. Going to be Jimmy Anderson into the attack. 0 for 20 from 9 overs. Silas on strike. Good shot from the batsman there. Riding behind the line, just pushes it to mid-off. Looked like a batsman, if that makes sense, and it doesn't sound rude, if you know what I mean, for a number 11. Three slips in place, leg slip there also. That's wide from Anderson. through to the keeper. Sealers doesn't bother with that one. Anderson, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 7 for 37. Anderson into Sealers, plays that off his hip to the leg side. Just be a single. 108 for 9. And it'll be Morty on strike. Jackaroo 34 in the chat earlier on, asking if we could show the game. We would love to, but for copyright reasons, we obviously can't. We can do a watch along. That's the best we can do, and hopefully you'll join us. We've got all 5 days if it goes that long. We've got all the Test cricket coming up. Anderson into Morty, left-handed batsman. Plays that one between point and gully. Not looking convincing, but that'll race away for 4 much needed runs for the West Indies. We'll move on to 112 for 9. Run rate's 2.82 for those interested after the T20 World Cup, where that was all we seemed to focus on. Anderson into Morty. Hits him on the pad. Well, that's going down the leg side, pitched outside leg as well. Dot ball. Nice for Jimmy Anderson to take a wicket in this innings in his final Test match, but also it'd be nice for Atkinson to take a wicket and get an 8 off, which will take him to the top of the list of debut shy at the stumps here. Quick single taken there as that's pushed a point. Shy at the stumps after a little bit of a dither, but the batsmen get in. 113 for 9, end of the 40th over. Seals on 2. Morty on 6. Batsman would have been in anyway, just. Good backing up though by Ben Stokes. Albert Trott in 1895 has got the record. 8 for 43. On his debut, 1895. Morty crashes that through the covers. That'll race away to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. 117 for 9. The West Indies move on to. So he's still within a chance of beating the record. Is Atkinson from, what did I say, 1895. 139 years that record stood, and Atkinson's is still in with a chance. He runs into Morty, bounces in, ducks underneath it, Morty, through to the keeper. 88 miles an hour that one went through at. Atkinson runs in. Morty waits, a record waiting. Pulls it into his hip, just drops at his feet. That'll be a dot ball. I'm pretty sure Atkinson won't be aware that there's a record from 1895 that he's in with a chance of beating. I'm pretty sure on debut you wouldn't be looking to see what the record was for the most wickets, or the best figures it would be in an innings on debut. Atkinson into Morty. Beats the outside edge through to the keeper, no bat involved though. Dot ball. Ben Stokes puts his head in his hands. Or his hands on his head, I should say. Totally different action, just words in a slightly different order, if you know what I mean. Four slips in play. Atkinson runs in. Beats the outside edge and through to the keeper, no bat involved again. Morty is he's trying to get bat involved here, but Atkinson's too good. Final ball of this 41st over. 117 for 9. The West Indies banging trouble. Atkinson trying to break a record, runs in. Morty on strike. Slashes this one through point. Races to the boundary. 121 for 9 the West Indies move on to. If you haven't done so already and you're watching this on playback, please hit subscribe. Please give us a thumbs up. I need more thumbs up so YouTube will promote our channel a little bit better. It relies on thumbs up as much as subscriptions, so I believe. So the youth tell me. I don't understand how it all works, if I'm honest. I'm only just working my way around OBS and how all this works, but keeps an old man entertained. Anderson into Sealess. Lays it off his pad. Anthony B joins us in the chat. Good to see you, Anthony B. Hope you're having a great day, my friend. 121 for 9. Geez, England have dominated by the looks of that scoreline. First couple of overs, you would have thought it was a T20 the way the West Indies started, but Atkinson on his debut, 7 for up to now. Anderson into Sealess, hits him on the pad, going down leg side though I would have thought. Also pitched outside leg, I think. Anderson doesn't look convinced. Yeah, check with the keeper and no point wasting it. Going down leg side. Yeah, Anthony B, it's been fantastic. A fantastic debut. 2 debutants for England. Smith behind the stumps. Done nothing wrong. Had a good morning. But the star by far has been Gus Atkinson. Oh my word. Anderson into Sealess. Beats him all ends up, and that must have gone over middle stump by a whisker. But yeah, Atkinson, he's taken 7. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 7 for 45. He needs one more wicket before he gets to 48 to beat a record that was held for since 1895. Anderson into Sealess. Oh, that's got to be plumb LBW. Pitched up. I wouldn't even bother. The batsmen, they might review it, but let's be honest, that's gone. Plum as a plum thing, as they say. They are going to review it, so we'll go through the we know what's coming. So Jimmy Anderson in his final test finally gets a wicket in this innings, which will stop no inside edge there. That'll stop Atkinson breaking the record from 1895. So the gentleman who holds it, I forget his name, he'll be pleased about that. I think he'll be well and truly long gone. But Anthony B says, yeah, day's been alright, cheers. Hope you've had a good one. How's Jimmy's bowling been? It's been alright. There we go. We'll stick with the original decision. He's got to go. That's the end of the innings. Yeah, Jimmy's bowling's been all right. He's when he was pitching it up earlier on, England won the toss and elected to field. And you'd have thought the lights came on earlier as well because it was really overcast. You'd have thought the ball had been moving about all over the place, but it wasn't really. And Jimmy, as he was pitching it up, he started coming shorter and shorter. And he was getting some movement off the wicket, but he couldn't get that consistency. And then Gus Atkinson came on at the other end, debutant, took a wicket with his second delivery in Test cricket, and he took another wicket in his second over. Then he just went wild, and he had a chance of a hat-trick ball that didn't happen, unfortunately for him, but the very next ball he took a wicket, so he just missed out on a hat-trick. So it's been the Gus Atkinson morning, really. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 45 runs, 7 wickets. England to get 4,000, 5,000 and declare, maybe. I'm assuming you mean 400, 500 and declare. Sounds like a great debut. It certainly was for him. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, they put the details up of the record that he was looking to take. I think Dominic Cork was up there. He took a 7-4 on debut. But yeah, the 8-4 that had been held since 1895. And he just missed out on it. Jimmy Anderson taking the final wicket. Some poor shots as well, though, from the West Indian batsmen, it's got to be said. Quick question, Anthony B. Yeah. 4,000, that is a bit ambitious, but you never know. The way they've been going in the T20, if they've still got that mindset, you never know. Will you be able to join us tonight for the England v Holland semi-final? Hopefully that'll be a good game with a positive outcome. You've not got to go for any suit fittings for the wedding or anything like that. You've always got to look what sport's on, haven't you, when you get dragged into these, we've got to go and look at flowers. We've got to go and do this, and keep your Google Calendar with you so you can have a double check before. Yeah, definitely. Top man. Frankie James will be in chat, TP. She's got her champers ready from Aldi. In fact, she's just come and sat at the side of me now, but she says when she listens to me talking about the cricket, it makes her go to sleep. It must be my dulcet tones as this enthralling commentary. I think my dull voice just sends her to sleep. There's not much pizzazz, is there, on Catch It Live First, to be honest, but it serves a purpose. We're hoping, especially with the football, to get some more widgets on the screen. So that's why when you look at the screen, there's gaps around it on the football at the minute, but they will get filled in as I don't know how to do it at the minute, but I'm hoping eldest son Charles, he's going to sort me out. Anthony B says, flowers, don't get me started on them bloody things. Didn't believe they were so expensive, with two eyes popping out. Everything's expensive, isn't it, when it comes round to a wedding? Weddings, and if you mention weddings, prices go up. If you mention disabilities, prices go up. My daughter's just got married, and yeah, money doesn't go far, that's for sure. When me and Tina P got married, back along now, 2002, South Africa Island, 3:30, Sky, on Saturday. You'll be watching that, no doubt. Yeah, when we got married back in 2002, we did ours on a budget because we were absolutely skint. And it was one of the best weddings. We had rented our suits. We got a registry office wedding. I think it was 10:30 in Plymouth Registry Office. And we went from Plymouth Registry Office. We then walked down to the Barbican in Plymouth, where we'd organised a booze cruise. So we went out on a booze cruise. Everybody had a good drink, and there's plenty of food on there. Did some speeches on there. Then we came back to Plymouth and went to the Masonic Hall, where we had a kids entertainer, and then the evening went through in the blink of an eye. Finally dropped into bed about 1 o'clock in the morning, absolutely shattered. But like you were saying yesterday, it does go really quick, so try and make sure you spend as much time with your new bride as you can. Sunny B says, yep, 100%, it's a bloody scam. But if that's what the missus wants, that's what she's getting. Good way to start, mate. Look after them. They deserve looking after. Although I've got to say, TP does plenty of looking after me. She keeps me fed with sandwiches. Getting married in a hotel myself sounds like a great wedding. Mate, it was a great wedding. But my friends and family came down from Manchester, obviously to Plymouth. And they were all hitting the booze on the booze cruise we went out on afterwards. They let TP have a drive of the vessel. I was heading for the life jacket, put it that way. Then a few of my mates from Manchester who came down, they like a drink, shall we say. There was a few sausage rolls got thrown at other vessels. No damage done though, nothing got sank. Apart from copious amounts of alcohol on their part. And then finally, to round off a wonderful evening, we realised we hadn't paid the DJ, so we had to walk into the middle of Plymouth on a Saturday night in all my wedding gear to find a cash point to go and pay the DJ. Lucky I didn't get my head kicked in. Got plenty of abuse from pissed up Marines and naval people, shall we say. Where's your wife? Has she left you already? Oh, got it all. Happy memories, happy memories. Happy wife equals happy life, says Anthony B. This is true, mate. What a story indeed. England coming out to bat. Believe it or not, Tina bought me some wedding underpants. I've still got them now. I think I had a 32-inch waist then, full of buckles on the front. You'd have never have got through airport security with them on. All very erotic and that, but not very practical. Every time you wanted to go for a slash, which when everybody's trying to buy you drinks and that, is pretty often, I keep on doing buckles. Like something a goth would wear at school. It's going to be Zach Crawley on strike for England. Alzari. I can't get used to calling him Joseph. It's got to be Alzari, hasn't it? Wide outside the off stump. Alzari into Crawley, tries to drive that one, misses the outside edge, through to the keeper. I'll have to go with Joseph. Moves off the seam, that did. 90 mile an hour, he's got his pace up. Full length, tries to York Crawley there. He chops his... Oh, what's he doing? Tries to chop his back down on it, does Crawley. It goes through the slips, but he sets off for a run with Duckett. Then needed to turn around because it was partially stopped in the slips. And as he got sent back, he was left stranded. And to be honest, Crawley would have been out. The throw went to the bowler's end. Shambles that from England, running between the wickets. Sort it out, lads. Joseph down the leg side there. Radar was a little bit off. Crawley lets that one go by. But there was poor running between the wickets for the West Indies, and now England are following suit. Poor running there. Almost run out Crawley. Almost run out Duckett. Get a grip. Alzari onto the pads there. Shout for LBW, but it's going down leg side. Fine leg misfields. Crawley's isn't watching. That'll be a single. All a little bit ugly, this, at the start of the innings. Anthony B says that won't help their confidence for the innings. No, it won't. It's, I mean, Crawley got to taking an easy single, but you've got to be on the ball a little bit more than that. With the misfield, he could have come back for another. I think he heard the shouts and looked up and realised he was a little bit tardy there in potentially going back for a second. Joseph into Duckett. Left-handed batsman just pushes it to mid-off. Last ball of the over. 4 slips were in play there. So West Indies are going to need to take wickets. If you're joining us late, West Indies were all out for 121. Gus Atkinson, pick of the England bowlers on debut, took seven for, I think it was 7 for 45. Almost had a hat-trick as well. His hat-trick ball was blocked, but the very next ball he took a wicket. It's going to be Seals, not Sealess, as I keep calling him. Seals. He's going to run in. Right-handed Crawley. Waits. Just pushes that one back to the bowler. 3 slips and a gully in play. Crawley's on 1. Duckett still to get off the mark. I hope Duckett doesn't get out for naught, or else you know what jokes are going to be coming. Duckett, duck. The duck we use on here is absolutely shattered after that West Indian innings. Seals into Crawley, drives that to mid, off, finds a fielder though. Didn't sound like it was middled, it sounded awful off the bat, that. Crawley on strike. Repeat shot there. Straight to mid-off. And once again, it sounded awful off the bat. Seals into Crawley, plays across that one, it goes to backward point, hits the fielder though. England remain on 1 for none. Seals bowls onto the pad of Crawley, goes down the leg side. Straight to the keeper though. More blue sky appearing over Lords. It should be a little bit disappointing for the West Indies. Seals into Crawley, pitches that one up, just pushed to mid-on, end of the second over. 1 for none England. Anybody thinking of going to Japan, keep saying it on your holidays, book now. The end's awful. Duckett plays that one off his hips, down to fine leg, gets off the dreaded 0. Duckett won't be getting a duck. England move on to 2. Crawley will be on strike. And Alzari. No, well, we've got to call him Joseph. It's just from the T20, just used to calling him Alzari. He'll be into bowl to Crawley. Tries to play that one through the covers, just gets a bottom edge and it drops to point. That'll be a single. Not timing it at all, Crawley, so far. It's only faced 12 deliveries though, but it doesn't sound good when it's coming off his bat. Four slips in place here for Joseph. Duckett on strike, the left-handed batsman. Duckett waits, clips this one off middle stump to mid-on, but straight to the fielder. Dot ball. Yep, the yen against the dollar is currently 161.60. The Bank of Japan is going to have to defend that yen soon. Get your holiday money now. Duckett plays that one off his midriff to leg side. Fielder at square leg though. Picks that up pretty quickly. Dot ball. Final ball for Joseph. England 3 for none. Duckett on strike. Tries to cut this one. Gets a bottom edge and makes sure that doesn't hit. Almost played on there. Then looked to take a quick single as the ball rolled past his feet. In the end, it's a dot ball. Not a convincing shot though at all. Didn't know where that was going, Duckett. So it'll be Crawley on strike. Seals to start his second over. First over was a maiden. He'll be looking to repeat that one, and a wicket would be nice for him. Crawley on strike. Good line, good length. All Crawley can do is drop that in front of him. Dot ball. West Indian bowlers have certainly stepped up to the mark at the start of this England innings. Seals into Crawley. Bowls this full of a length on middle stump. Thick outside edge there. Came down on an angle, his bat then. But it goes along the ground. Through the slip cordon. Not convincing though there from Crawley at all. England will move on to 7. But yeah, not convincing by Crawley at all there. No chance of being caught out, but big outside edge and went past Gully. Between Gully and Point to the boundary for 4. Crawley moves on to 6. Seals runs in. Width outside the off stump. This time, this one's creamed. Timed that beautifully, did Crawley. That races to the boundary. Through the covers. And England, just like that, move on to 11 for none. Crawley moves on to 10. Seals goes down the leg side to Crawley. Crawley tries to clip it off his legs, can't get bat involved, no pad involved, and the keeper will take a dive to his left. That'll be a dot ball. Seals into Crawley. Crawley tries to work this to the leg side, but just rolls back to the bowler. We have got more graphics coming as well for the screen, so if you can bear with us there. We've also got that with the football. Join us tonight, by the way, England and Holland. 7:55 GMT. We'll start live streaming. Seals into Crawley. Just drops that to Point. End of the over, dot ball, 11 for none. England trail by 110. You'll be joining us late. Gus Atkinson, debutant. 7 for 45, I think he took. That cloud over Lords as well is now breaking up. We're starting to see more and more blue sky. Not quite a Simpsons skyline, but a little bit more cloud. But it's working its way through is the sun. I'm sure it's there somewhere. Joseph into Duckett, plays that off his hip. It's a square leg. Feels like he missed out a little bit there, I think, Duckett. Either that or it was a look of pain if it missed his protective padding. Be a single added to the score though. England 12 for none. Crawley on strike. 3 slips and a gully. Quick single taken as he just drops it into the covers there. That'll be a single added. 13 for non-England. Crawley moves on to 11. Duckett's on strike. He's still on 1. When Duckett and Crawley stand together, whether it's in the slips or in the middle, it does remind me of twins. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito. Vast difference in height. Joseph runs in. Duckett on strike. Rashes this one through backward Point. Hits the fielder. I think he's dropped it. I mean, let's be honest, it went at a vast rate of knots, and it's as good a stop as anything. But I think it carried. It did carry. He'll be disappointed with that because he had enough time to get his knee down and set himself. But it carried plenty. You're going to need to take them if you're a West Indian fielder. Duckett lives to fight on. He'll take a quick single here as he drops that into mid-wicket. I mean, the first innings, Pope had one, crashed at him. It was a fantastic catch. And that's a no ball as well to boot. So Joseph's over's not getting any better. He's had a drop catch and now a no ball. Just watching it again, backward point, straight to him, put his knee on the ground, set himself and the ball popped out. Louis won't be happy with that. Neither will Joseph the bowler. Duckett will be, he's ecstatic. England 15 for none. Crawley on strike. Joseph runs in, 3 slips. Clips that to leg side off his pads but finds a fielder at square leg. And that'll be a dot ball. Yeah, when you're defending a total of 121, you need to take catches like that. It went fast, but also it went straight at him. He had enough time to set himself with his knee on the ground, and it just popped out. Crawley on strike. Black bats this over mid-on from outside off stump. Not convincing though, didn't time it. Sounded awful off his bat again. And it just went over the fielder at mid-on. It was a flat batted pull. And awful, came off the toe end of his bat. But he gets away with it, Crawley. 19 for none. He moves on to 15. Joseph into ball. Final ball of his over. Width outside off stump. That's a cover drive there, but not timed again, and they'll just run. They'll probably take the throw on. Now just a 2. 21 for none. It's a little bit of a mixture, this Crawley innings so far. Played some beautiful shots through the covers. Also had a couple of outside edges. He's also had a couple of shots that have gone for 4 that have not been timed and just gone over the fielder's head. It doesn't sound good, the ball, when it comes off his bat. He's definitely not timing them. But he's still there. And England, they move on to 21 for none. Trail by just 100 now, after the West Indies were all out in the first innings for 121. Gus Atkinson on debut for England took 7 for. Almost had a hat-trick ball as well. Didn't quite get it. But he did get a wicket with his next ball after the hat-trick ball. And just missed out on beating a record that had stood since 1895. That's 1895, not 1995. What's that, 139 years, is it? Something. Someone better at maths will work that one out. It's going to be Seals. Ball into the left-handed Duckett. Beats him for pace there. He just drops that in front of him, Duckett. Duckett's already been dropped at point, backward point. The West Indies will be hoping that that doesn't come back to haunt them. Okay, back in his crease. Pushes that to the offside. Take a quick single. He'll move on to 3. England, 22 for none. Crawley on strike. He's currently on 17. Seals runs in. Crawley waits. 2 slips in play now. 2 slips. A gully and kind of a 5th slip. It's just played into the offside by Crawley. Dot ball. Seals into Crawley. Good line, good length outside off stump. Crawley just lets that one go through to the keeper. Seals into Crawley. Tries clipping this with the leg side off his pads. Gets a leading edge. It goes to point. No chance of a catch there though, but it is a dot ball. So he's not quite got his eye in yet, Crawley. He's hit a couple through the covers. One that he did time that raced away for 4. One that he didn't time. Sounded awful off his bat. Seals into him. This one he times not well again. Through the covers off the final ball. You'll just get a single. But, yeah, just struggling with his timing a little bit. England move on to 23 for none. Crawley's on 18, though, from 26. He'll keep the strike for this next over. Which Joseph's going to bowl. Not Malzari. It's not T20, Jimmy James. Come on. Joseph into Crawley. 3 slips in place. Push that through point. Just get a couple there. But didn't try and hit it too hard. Just timed it nicely. Wicket certainly behaving. Unlike what we saw in New York and in the T20 World Cup, that's for sure. 3 slips and a gully. Joseph into Crawley. Outside off stump, he just lets that one by straight through to the keeper. Crawley's on 20. England on 25 for none. Bucket at the non-strikers end, he's on 3. We've had a couple of buys. A couple of leg buys, I should say. Actually, we haven't. We had 1 leg buy and we had a no ball from Joseph. Joseph runs in. Crawley waits. Lets that one go. Good line, good length, outside off stump. Read that one early, didn't want to get involved. Just raised his bat out of the way. Walks down the wicket. Has a little bit of a clean up. A little bit of a tap of the wicket. Not sure if the lights are still on. I'm pretty sure they will be. There is still some cloud around. But the Windies are certainly not getting the same movement that England got earlier on. That one's clipped off middle stump over mid-on. It will get to the boundary just. That'll be 4 added on to Crawley's total. England move on to 28 for none. He'll be joining us late. The West Indies were all out for 121. Some good bowling from Gus Atkinson on debut, 7 for. Some poor batting from the West Indies at times. Crawley on strike, currently on 24. Josephine, swing and a miss outside off stump. Poor shot that by Crawley. No bat involved though, but he was trying to hit that on the up through the covers when there's no need to. Just let that one go through to the keeper like he did the previous delivery. He went after that one, and as soon as he played the shot, looks to the heavens as I'll say, what are you doing, Zach? What are you doing? I know what you were trying to do, but execution was poor. Joseph, heel running, final ball of the over. Plays this one on the up as well. Inside edge, back to the bowler though. That'll be a dot ball. He's on 24, Crawley, but to be honest, he's not looked in. He's faced 32 deliveries now. He's not looked in. He's not looked like he's timing the ball perfectly. The ball sounds awful when it comes off his bat. He's having a word in the middle with Duckett. Definitely twins look-alike, Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger. And it's going to be Duckett on strike. There'll be Seals to bowl to him. Duckett's on 3, faced 11 deliveries. England 29 for none. This one goes across Duckett. Tries to drive that one through the covers. Misses the outside edge and through to the keeper. Not impressive. I mean, England are on 29 for none, but neither batsman have looked impressive up to now. Duckett's already been dropped at point. After he tried to cut one, he caught it off the middle. Went straight to the fielder though, Louis, who set himself, but couldn't poach the catch and it dropped in front of him. Duckett survived. Drives this one, Duckett, to a ball pitched up. This time he doesn't survive, he gets an outside edge. Straight through to the keeper off the edge of Duckett's bat, and you've got to go, young man. Never looked settled at all, Duckett. It was pitched up, this one, outside the off stump. His eyes lit up as he looked to drive it. But he just got the outside edge and faint little tickle through to the wicket keeper. And that is the first wicket for the West Indies. 29 for 1. Duckett goes for 3 from 13 deliveries faced. Duckett said, flipping heck, what a poor shot that was. The thing is, when you're facing a first innings total of 121 from the West Indies, You're always going to be up against it as the ball inside. And with Louis dropping that catch, they would have been fearing the worst, that Duckett was going to make the most of that gift that he'd been given and go on to a 50 or a big score. That's always the fear, isn't it? The danger. But he wasn't able to capitalise on that bit of good fortune. And Seals gets his man. So it's going to be Ollie Pope coming into the middle. He's got a best of 205 against Ireland at Lords back in 2003. Average is 34, so a pretty good average there. I do believe the sun's out at Lords as shadows from where the players are on the field. Four slips. Pope lets that one go through to the keeper, doesn't get involved in it. The West Indian bowlers here are bending the backs, they're getting some good pace up in 90 mile an hour. Did get some swing there as well in the air, did Seals. But who a shot from Duckett. Seals into Pope. Just pushes that one through the covers. He'll just be taking a single. He gets off the mark. England move on to 30 for 1. It'll be Crawley on strike. Crawley just cleaning the wicket up in front of him. Has a look at the field. Seals waits. He runs in now. Crawley on 24. Wide outside the off stump. Crawley doesn't get involved with that. Lets it go through to the keeper. I've got to say, whenever I've seen Duckett play, he never impresses me. Never makes me feel like he's going to dominate the ball. Whether it's because of his size, I don't know. But he just doesn't make me feel like he's in control. Big appeal for LBW there as Seals hits Crawley on the pad, but it was high. It was maybe even going down leg side. No review comes in. End of the over. England 30 for 1. Crawley on 24. And they'll go off for drinks. They go for drinks. Sorry, they go for tea. We'll do the same. We'll be back shortly. We'll leave the stream up. Chat's there. Feel free to use it. And we'll be back shortly. Well, we're back after tea. Hopefully they've had a cucumber sandwich and the West Indian bowlers will have had some puddings. Something just to slow them down a little bit because they've been steaming in. Bowling at 90 mile an hour. Which caused Duckett some problems. We're just delayed at the minute. There's no bails on the wickets. Now we're good to go. Pope. He'll be on strike. Start of this evening session. Log on, leg on. Stewards there with his high busy jacket on right at the side of the sight screen. Come on, young man, you know better than that. It's going to be Joseph. Into Pope. Pope on one. 3 slips and a gully. Pope backward of point. Straight to the boundary for Ollie Pope. Good start there. He's still not happy with the security guard, who's got a pink high-vis top on. Didn't stop him clouting that one through backward point, though. Timed it beautifully, placed it beautifully. England move on to 34 for 1. Pope, 5 from 3 deliveries now. Joseph runs in. This one's pitched up outside off stump, driven through mid-off. That'll go, it won't race to the boundary, but it'll go there comfortably. And England will move on to 37 for 1, just like that. 2 balls, 2 fours. Pope moves on to 9. And the yen keeps weakening against the dollar. Joseph into Pope. Beats the outside edge through to the keeper. No bat involved. Got a ball. The Japanese government, Bank of Japan, they keep threatening to defend the yen. But it helps their exports, cripples them on the imports. Joseph into Pope. Oh, lovely through extra cover there. Drives it straight to the boundary. Bent his front knee, leaned into that. He moves on. England move on to 42 for 1. Pope moves on to 13. Joseph. Bit of bounce there. Pope tries to hook it. Gets a top edge. It goes into the air. Fielder at fine leg can't get around though, and he gets away with that one. It got it on him a little bit quick, that. 43 for 1. Pope moves on to 14, but less than impressive there with that attempted hook shot. Just got on him a little bit quickly. Bounced a little bit more than he expected. And got a big top edge, and just for a minute he would have thought fine leg was coming into play, but he got away with it. It'll be Crawley on strike. Final ball of the over. He tries to pull it over leg side. It didn't bounce. And when you're 6'9" or whatever Crawley is, he's 6'6", 6'7", is he? It made it look like it stayed low when it didn't actually. Went through to the keeper anyway. Dot ball, end of the 9th over, 43 for 1 England. Crawley on 24, Pope on 14, and it'll be Pope on strike as Seals will start the next over. Yen still rises. 160, 164. Seals into Pope. Lets that one go through to the keeper. Quick reminder tonight, we've got England and Holland coming up. Seals into Pope, plays this one off his pad, straight to square leg, dot ball. Yeah, once the cricket stream finishes, we've got a little bit of a break, and then we've got England playing Holland in the semi-final of the Euros. So we'll start streaming just 5 minutes before kick-off at 7:55 PM, that's GMT. We'll go through the lineups quickly, and then we'll hopefully be seeing an England victory from my point of view anyway. Seals into Pope, right-handed batsman. Tries to push this one back, thick outside edge, backward point, makes the stop. It's a dot ball. Yeah, hopefully England can do the bizzo tonight. And then tomorrow morning, assuming there's no delays in play today for inclement weather, we'll be back on at 10:55 AM or GMT for day 2 of this test match. Hopefully, if everything goes to plan, we'll bring every ball coverage for you. Seals down the leg side, that hits Pope on the pad. Fine leg will come round and just beats the wicket keeper to the ball. That'll be one added to the total. 44 for 1. Yeah, hopefully we'll bring all of the test match crickets for you this summer. So there'll be 3 tests, England, playing the West Indies. Then I think we've got Sri Lanka towards the end. I think that's a 2-test series. I'll double check that. Obviously, I've got to work as well, though, so if something goes pear-shaped there, I can't help it, but we'll do our best. Crawley on strike. Seals runs in. Clips that off his pad to the leg side. That'll be a single. Probably a leg by, actually. It was indeed another leg by. England move on to 45 for 1. Crawley's on 24. Pope's on 14. Yeah, we'll do this as much as we can, but like I say, if something comes up with work and I've got to shoot off, I'll leave the stream running, because at least the score will keep updating. And it just works a pain in it. You gotta pay the bills, though. Pope on strike, Seals runs in, last ball of the over. Pulls that to deep backward square leg, times it lovely to the boundary for 4. England move on to 49 for 1. Pope races to 18 from just 12 deliveries. Crawley's on 24. He's faced 36 deliveries. And it'll be Crawley to face the first ball of this next over, which I'm assuming will be Joseph, unless they're going to change the bowling, which did not. So this will be the start of Joseph's sixth over. His previous 5, 0 for 31. Bowled better than that, actually. He's bent his back. He's been well at 90 mile an hour. And maybe a touch above. England 49 for 1. Crawley on strike. Plays that one late, just to mid-off. Dot ball. The yen weakens further still. 161.68. Crawley, forward defensive, just pushes that one back to the bowler. 87 mile an hour there from Joseph, but Crawley read that one. Didn't try and do too much with it. Joseph runs in. Beats Crawley's outside edge there. No bat involved, through to the keeper. Just playing a forward defensive. Crawley there, but couldn't get back to ball. Acknowledges he was beaten. Purses his lips as though to say, lucky. Lucky boy. England still on 49 for 1. Trailing by 72. Joseph runs in. Crawley on strike. Doesn't play at that one. Pulls his bat away. Through to the keeper. I just love watching the West Indies play cricket. Ever since I was a kid in the 70s and 80s, watching Joe Garner, Hot Summers, Malcolm Marshall, terrifying English batsman, Michael Olding, whispering death, watching Viv Richards bat, Brian Lara, Joseph into Crawley. That one got a little bit higher than he expected. Just thick outside edge to backward point. Dot ball. Still on 49 for 1 England. Yeah, they were some good summers as a kid in the 70s watching the cricket. Back then as well, it used to be the same camera angle for wherever the batsman was. Sometimes you'd see the bowler running towards you, and then next over the bowler would be running away from you. Joseph into Crawley. Drops it a bit shorter. Thinks about pulling that one, does Crawley, but pulls out of it. Through to the keeper, end of the over. England still 49 for 1. Yeah, I used to love watching Joe Garner. Oh my word. How tall was Joe Garner? 6'9" or, I don't know, tall. Gangly when he used to run in and, oh my word. I'm watching Curtly Ambrose and Bower slips in for Joseph. That comes off thick outside edge from Pope, backward point, dot ball. I'm thinking back now, Michael Atherton, Alan Donald for South Africa when they used to have some battles staring each other down, and Donald would be hitting the body of Atherton and he wouldn't back down. Fantastic battles. Port moves down the wicket to Seals and punches it through mid-wicket. It'd just be a single though, but the intent's there for sure. 50 up for England at last. Port moves on to 19. It'll be Crawley on strike. Crawley's on 24. Seals into Crawley. Punch that one through the covers. Didn't time it perfectly though again. Won't get to the boundary. And it'll just be a couple. Didn't try and hit it too hard, but he's not finding the middle of the bat. Moves on to 52 for 1 England. Crawley moves on to 26. He looks happy enough, he's smiling, but came off the bottom of the bat. Didn't try and hit it too hard in fairness, but his levers are so long, kind of hit it into the ground and a little bit late on the shot. Seals into him again. This time he tries to pull it over leg side from outside off. Misses the ball through to the keeper, no bat involved. Didn't look convincing at all again. Looks at the wicket as though to say that didn't bounce as high as I thought, but to be honest, I think it was just a poor shot. But he's on 26 and he's on strike. Seals runs in 2 slips now. This one's punched straight back at the bowler. I don't know if that was a caught and bowled chance or not. It was a good stop, if nothing else. But that's a dot ball. Did it bounce before it got to Seals? Hopefully we'll see a replay. We do. Here we go. Did it go? No, it didn't. No, nowhere near reaching. A good stop from the bowler on his follow through there. Now Crawley moves. There's some plum again behind the sight screen. I hope it's not the same security guard with a bright pink tabard on. Seals into Crawley. Bounces him. Too quick for Crawley there. He just ducks his head out of the way. Doesn't get involved in it. End of the 12th. 52 for 1 England. Crawley on 26, Port on 19. Are we going to see a change in the bowling now? Or are they going to continue with Joseph? They are going to continue with Joseph. 6 overs so far, 0 for 31. Did have the break for tea though, didn't he? So that's 6 overs, although it's on the bounce. There was a 20-minute break in between. Just watching a crow chase off a dove or I'm not sure what they are. There's two doves who keep having it off on our roof. I feel I'd have a look at a short video I did the other day. Joseph into Port, hits him on the thigh pad. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, there's two birds keep having it off on our roof, and I did a shot. Me and Tina P, we were in the hot tub. We did a quick 6-second shot or whatever they call of these birds on the roof, and they must stay together though. I'm not sure what kind of birds they are. Joseph into Port, pulls that. Fine legs trying to get round, but he won't make it. That'll go to the boundary. That'll be 4 added to the total. 56 for 1 England move on to, and Ollie Pope, just like that, has moved on to 23. Pulled it straight into the ground. No chance of a catch. Square leg, nowhere near it. Fine leg, couldn't get round quick enough. Lovely shot. Ooh, Joseph did put there for pace. It's the pads going down leg side though. No appeal for LBW, but that got on him too quickly. No ball called as well. Luckily for Joseph, that was going down leg side, because if it had been an appeal for LBW and given out, he will be disappointed now bowling a no ball as well. But he's putting in a good spell here. He's bowling with pace, Joseph. Not for 36. Pope on strike, he's on 23. 3 slips and a gully. Just dropped into mid-wicket here for a single from Pope. England will move on to 58 for 1. Pope on to 24 from 18. Crawley will take strike. He's on 26 from 46. Hasn't been timing it well. Played a couple of false shots as Crawley, but he's still there. You can definitely tell when he doesn't time it, because the ball coming off his bat sounds awful. Whereas when he reeling middles one, it sounds sweet as a nut. Joseph starts his run up. Crawley waits. 3 slips and a gully still. Awful shot. Tries to drive a lazy drive through the covers. Misses the outside edge straight through to the keeper. Keeps getting away with that wafted shot where he doesn't get his foot to the pitch of the ball, Crawley. I know that's what he plays, and that's one of his shots. But it doesn't look, when he's not in form like he's not at the minute. I mean, let's be honest, he's on 26 and he's still there, so there's time for him to still play himself in. But he's not looked, apart from a couple of shots, like he's in form at the minute. Again, beaten on the outside edge. He pulled his bat away at the last minute. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. Through to the keeper, no bat involved. But he's definitely not looking in form. We all know that can change quickly though. 2 shots off the middle, suddenly your eyes in and you're off to the races. Couple of dark clouds coming over Lords as well, which will help the West Indian bowlers. Maybe the ball will start moving a little bit. Final ball of the over. Joseph into Crawley. Thinks about pulling this one, but bails out of it at the last minute. Straight through to the keeper. 58 for 1. End of the 13th over. Crawley's on 26 off 49 deliveries. Pope's on 24 from 18. He'll be on strike at the start of the 14th over. They're going to be changing the ball shortly, the West Indies, surely. I know we had that 20-minute break for tea, but Joseph and Seals have done the majority of the lifting here. We're going to have to think about a change shortly. Raws are fighting now. They've got some beaks on them there, they have. So we're going to see Shamar Joseph coming to the attack. Young bowler, 24-year-old. Bright talent for the future though for the West Indies, that's for sure. It's going to be Ollie Pope to take strike. He's on 24. England 58 for 1. Yeah, dark clouds coming over. The floodlights are on. The shadows that you could see from the players when the sun came out briefly, they've disappeared. It's going to be interesting to watch this young man bowl now. He runs in. Pope on strike. Oh, my word. Bit of movement in the air. Pope tries to drive that one. It goes on the inside of these, misses the inside edge and through to the keeper. Odd delivery, that. It seemed to move both ways in the air before it bounced. Actually, it didn't. Watching the replay, it moved away from the batsman before it hit the wicket and then moved into the batsman after. He runs in again. Looks an athlete. Pope pulls this off his leg. Finds the man at fielder at square leg. Dot ball. Yeah. Joseph S. See, I should have called him Alzari. We'd have known who we were talking about. Now we've got two Josephs. But Shamari Joseph, he looks like a bowler. He looks like an athlete. Looks like he could bowl all day. Doesn't have an overly long run up. Into Pope. Pope lets that one go outside off stump through to the keeper. Dot ball. England 58 for 1. Trail by 63. First innings total for West Indies disappointing. 121 all out. I think the highest score was 27 or 29. Ollie Pope waits. Joseph runs in, looks smooth. Bit of outswing there. Pope goes after it. Outside edge, past the slip fielder, races away for four. Knows he was lucky there, does Ollie Pope. Good bowling by Joseph. Had a way swing and Pope followed it. Outside edge. We might need to put another slip in there and he might get it as well. He will get that slip. Joseph into Pope. Pulls it straight. On middle stump. Clipped down to fine leg by Pope. That'll be a single. That's one of them you don't want to be missing because you're plumb LBW if you miss that with your bat. But he didn't. England move on to 59 for 1. Pope's on 25 from 23. Going along nicely. Crawley on strike. He's on 26 from 49. Final ball of this 14th over for Joseph. He's bowled. This is his first over. No wickets, just a one run from it. And now that fourth slip goes wider again. So he's probably in a kind of a gully position. Joseph into Crawley, hits it on the up, through the covers, times that one better, races to the boundary. $63 for 1 England move on to. He hit that on the up though, did Crawley, and it looks good. Until you get an edge and then it's like, that's not a good shot. You know, it's one of them hero or zero shots. For a minute, he was a hero. Crawley moves on to 30. He's faced 50 deliveries. 14th over. 67 for 1. It'll be Pope on strike now. It's going to be Holder to come in to the attack. Jason Holder's not short either, is he? It's going to be Pope on strike. Pope's on 29. He's got 3 slips. That's his running. Pope waits. Good line, good length. Defensive shot there from Port. Trickles to mid-on. Dot ball. If Holder gets his rhythm, he can start moving this ball, especially if the lights are on, which they are now. There's cloud coming over. You can see the lights are taking effect. He could start causing the England batsmen some problems. It's how fit is he? There again, good line, good length. Just pushed into the covers by Pope. Dot ball. Coming back from injury, as Holder is, it's how fit is he? He's a big guy, isn't he? As in, he's tall. He's a solid bloke, but he just looks like he's carrying a pound or two to me. What if he gets his rhythm? What is he, 32-year-old? He runs in, Pope on strike. Pitches this one up outside off stump. Well timed, just pushed. Nothing more than a push. Through mid-on. That'll race away to the boundary for 4. Pope moves on to 33. England 71 for 1. It was just like a punchy push shot. Back past the bowler. And to the left of mid-on to the boundary. This one, good line, good length. Pope plays it late, head over the ball, back towards the bowler. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, the lights are definitely taking effect now. Them dark clouds that have gone over Lords have definitely affected the light. There's no sun casting a shadow from the players now. Slow ball, he's in trouble there, is Ollie Pope. The finger goes up, LBW. This one got, it was a full-length delivery, bit of movement in the air, misses it with the bat, hits the pad, could have been going down leg side, but it's been reviewed. So on-field decision is out, which will be umpire's call on ball tracking. There's no bat involved, and it's a full-length delivery, which won't help Pope. And he wasn't that far out of his crease either. That looks like he's in trouble. Definitely no bat. Visually you can see it, and Ultra Edge proves it. So it's down to ball tracking. I think he's in trouble here. Missing the wickets. And missing the wickets by a good inch and a half. That surprises me. That does surprise me. I think Ollie Pope thought he was in trouble as well, but he wasn't sure whether to review that. I bet he's glad he did. Yeah, he lives to fight another day. Unlucky for Holder, he runs in an extra slip in now. Pope thinks about playing at that one outside off stump, pulls his bat away through to the keeper. End of the over. England 71 for 1, 15 overs completed. I did say, was it the over or the previous over, Pope has that issue of moving across his stumps and plays it on the leg side. It looks fantastic when it goes well. As soon as you miss with your bat, you're a prime target for an LBW appeal, which is what happened there. But he lives to fight another day. Yeah, the floodlights are on, and where we were getting a shadow off the sun, we're now getting full shadows off the players because the floodlights have definitely taken over the light here. It's going to be Joseph into Crawley. Crawley thinks about having a nibble at that one outside off stump, but lifts his bat up, lets it go through to the keeper. Oh, Crawley came down the wicket there to Pope and said, review it because it's going down leg side. I don't know how he could see from the angle where he was, but straight away Zach Crawley said that's going down leg side. With Crawley on strike, Joseph runs in. 71 for 1 England. This one's driven to mid-on. That'll be a dot ball. Yeah, off looking at that replay then, Zach Crawley, as soon as the finger went up from the umpire, he was telling Ollie Pope straight away, review it, it was going down leg side. So fair play to Zach Crawley there. Joseph runs in, 3 slips and a gully in place. Crawley drives that through deep extra cover. Didn't time it perfectly again. They'll run 3 though. England will move on to 74 for 1. Crawley hits 33. It'll be Ollie Pope on strike, also on 33. The difference is Pope's faced 29 balls, Crawley's faced 53. Excuse me. Pope on strike. Joseph runs it. Wide outside off stump. Pope lets that go through to the keeper. England 74 for 1. Trail by just 47 runs now after the West Indies were all out for 121. Pope on strike. Joseph runs in. Goes after one outside the off stump, gets a bottom inside edge. Nowhere near the stumps, but not a good shot really from Ollie Pope. Tries cutting that one and closer to the stumps than I thought actually, but he'll survive. Maybe needs to just calm down a little bit, Ollie Pope. Some real dark clouds over Lord now, but it looks like they're passing by. Pope flips this one off his pads. Feet backward square. He'll move on to 34. End of the 16th, England 75 for 1. Quick shout out, if you haven't done so already, please hit that subscribe button or give us a like. Even if you just watch us for 30 seconds, please give us a like. It's going to be Holder into Pope. Doesn't time that through to point. Bottom edge, and that'll be a dot ball. Pope's on 34, Crawley's on 33, 75 for 1 England. Yeah, if you haven't done so already, please hit subscribe, give us a like, ping that notifications bell. We've got football coming up tonight for you as soon as this stream finishes. 5 to 8 will be on air. That'll be England playing Holland in the semi-final of the Euros. Spain waiting the winners. Huda, slower delivery, into Pope. Spots it early though, crashes it through the covers. That'll be 4. picked that up really early. Did Ollie Pope. England move on to 79 for 1. Pope will move on to 39. Over into Pope. Lets that one go through to the keeper. 50 partnership up for these two off just 56 deliveries. I don't know exactly how much, but how many. But Pope scored the majority of them, I'm sure. Let's have a look, actually. Doesn't tell me. Older. Full-length delivery. Outside edge for Pope. I think he either bumped the ball or it didn't carry. Big appeal. Oh, I thought he got an outside edge there. He mustn't have done. Full-length delivery. It hit the wicket. Moved away from the batsman. I thought he'd edged it to the keeper. He must have clipped the floor with his bat. There was a definite noise. Ultra edge. Ah, yeah. It was bat on floor. Ultra edge just proved that. I thought he'd gone, to be honest. But Pope survives. England 79 for 1. Pope's on 38. Calder unlucky. So Cumming looks like he's warming up. Calder. He's looking fit. Pope right behind that one, pushes it back to the bowler. He's looking fit now. He's loosened up. His first couple of deliveries, he looked a little bit stiff, as they say. But not anymore. Causing the England batsmen a few problems. And the yen continues to drop against the dollar. 160, 170 now. It's going to be Joseph into Crawley. Plays a wristy shot from outside off into mid-wicket. Gets a single. And that was a wristy shot, not a risky. I think the umpires have just had a light meter delivered to them. Doesn't look that bad though, to be honest. $80 for 1 England. Pope on strike, he's on 38. Joseph runs in. Wide outside off stump. Just bends his knees and cuts that one between gully and point. Races away to the boundary for 4. Third man can't cut that off. They've not got a third man in place. That would have been a nice, easy stop for him if there was one there, but there wasn't. Lovely shot from Ollie Pope. Just bent his knees. Tickled it down there. He moves on to 42. England 84 for 1. Lets that one go through to the keeper, Ollie Pope. They trail by just 37 now, England. Joseph into Pope. Beats him on the outside edge. No bat involved though. Through to the keeper. Joseph into Pope. Wide outside the off stump. Pope doesn't get involved in that. Through to the keeper. 84 for 1 England. Pope's on 42. Crawley at the non-striker's end. He's on 34. Pope's on 42. He's faced 42 deliveries as well. Good effort there. Almost went LBW a couple of overs ago. Reviewed it, going down leg side. Can thank Crawley for that. Straight away he said review it. Lets that one go through to the keeper, does Pope. End of the 18th over. Bit of a breeze blowing across now. The lights have definitely taken over from sunlight. You can see that with the full shadows from the players. Umpires are just having a little word with each other. Hopefully they won't be going off for bad light. The West Indies won't want to go off now because obviously the ball under the lights is what they'll be wanting. Try and get a bit of movement. England won't want to go off. They're only trailing by 37 runs now, 84 for 1. It's going to be Crawley on strike at the start of this 19th over. It's going to be Holder coming into ball. Can't be that dark. The umpire's got his sunglasses on. Holder into Crawley. Outside off stump. Lets that one go through to the keeper. First slip's been removed now for Holder. The second and third slip, then a fifth slip. He's going a little bit wider now, kind of into a gully position. Now he's walking back. I wish he'd stay still. Crawley on strike. Holder runs in. Beaten outside the outside edge, but beaten by about 4 inches there. So I'm not convinced that Crawley was actually playing at the ball. He was just playing the line and let the ball do its thing, yeah. Not really playing at that one was Crawley. Crawley on strike again. Pitched up this time, driven through point. Timed that lovely. Straight to the boundary. England will move on. 88 for 1. Crawley on 38 now, trailed by just 33. Just changing field there. Crawley backs away. Someone in front of the sight screen again. Bit of Herbert with the pink tabard on. Pitched up, outside off stump. Crawley has a thrash at that. Beats the outside edge through to the keeper. Oh, he'll wait again. Wide of the crease. Oh, that's got to be close. That's got to be close. He went wide of the crease on delivery and hit Crawley on the pads, who stayed in his crease. Didn't get forward at all, but I think the angle coming from wide of the crease at delivery means it's going down leg side. Holder's kind of not sure. Are they going to review? Crawley doesn't look concerned. Umpire straight away said no. It has been reviewed, so we will see. But I think the delivery angle of being so wide, Crawley was stuck. He didn't get a big stride in there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll watch this one. Initial thought was there's no bat involved. Initial thought was it was going down leg side. Hit him in line, but we'll go to ball tracking. He's got umpire's decision in his favour. Yeah, missing, going down leg. It was all right on height, actually, but missing by a good inch and a half. Not out. You could see why the bowler was interested, but if it was, as soon as he landed wide of the, wide on the crease, the bowler, LBW, his hole was going to be difficult. Holder was convinced. Crawley on strike, full length delivery, chops his bat down on it to mid-on, and that'll be the end of the over. Dot ball. 19 overs completed. 19 overs completed. We're not going to be finishing at 6 o'clock as planned, are we? Umpires are having a word in the middle. Both batsmen have got the helmets off. They stood together. Are they looking to go off now? West Indies look like they want to stay on. And it looks like we're going off for bad light. I don't know why we're going off now. If we can play day-night matches, if we play day-night matches, so the meter readings they take now, that will be set for the whole test match now, won't it? Bad light, stop play. So we'll definitely be going through to 6:30. I was just trying to work out the overs. We were behind anyway. But, I mean, to be honest, I suppose we're playing with a red duke, so that will make a difference. But if you're playing day-night matches, it doesn't look that bad. Although it's difficult to tell on the TV, isn't it? So we'll give the umpire the benefit of the doubt there. Oh, there's a little bit of rain as well, so maybe that's what they're thinking. Although they definitely took a light meter reading, so... I only think it's because we play with a red duke and not a white ball that we're going off. Otherwise, the West Indian players are not leaving the ground. Could be a brief trip off the pitch here. We'll not stop streaming. We won't stop streaming anyway. But we won't go for a break while the weather improves. Jimmy James, he doesn't need a toilet break yet. It's unusual for me now. I'm at that age where I must have a bladder like a bloody walnut. The batsmen have left the field, as you would expect, but the umpire and the third umpire, they're still out there. The West Indian players, they're still out there. Looks like the dark cloud's actually passing over, so hopefully we'll get back playing pretty quickly. Try and find that email that I deleted earlier by mistake, that's for sure. I shouldn't have done that. I should have concentrated a little bit more. Yeah, very strange. West Indies aren't leaving the field. Hopefully we'll get back pretty quickly. Shouldn't have mentioned having a toilet break, should I? Now I've said that, I can just feel like I could do with evacuating my bladder, as the posh people say. Those who are working class, I need a pee. If we're going to go, we're definitely going to be going on till 6:30 tonight, that's for sure now. That's an hour and a half. I think I'd better go. So while we've got a break, chat's up and running. Feel free to use it. Say hello, leave us a message. I'll see you in a couple of minutes. I'll be back shortly. Oh, we're back. Slightly ahead of what was predicted. What? And be Pope on strike. Swing and a miss at one that kept a little bit low there. Joseph continued, by the way. England 88 for 1. Trail the West Indies by just 33 runs now. Oh, sorry about that. Three slips in place. Bit of away movement in the air. Just pushes that to point. That'll be a dot ball. Let's go steady. I'll be back for the toilet break again. Yeah, I'll put that in the chat. Don't forget to join us tonight, 7:55 p.m. We'll be doing a live stream for England v Holland. Joseph into Pope. He lets that one go past to the keeper. Not interested in playing a shot. Pope's on 42. He's faced 46 deliveries, going along nicely. Had a couple of scares. One review after being given out, LBW, that thanks to Zach Crawley at the other end, straight away said you need to review that. It was going down leg side. Pope looked a little bit worried. Crawley was right. But, yeah, 42 from 46. Crawley's on 38 from 60, by the way. He's at the non-striker's end. It's going to be Joseph in to Pope, though. Flips that one off his legs to mid-wicket. Bit of confusion between Crawley and Pope. In the end, they both get back to their respective creases. No run taken. Lovely time shot there, and he found the fielder did Pope, so he was unlucky. But it was another one of those shots where you miss that, you plumb LBW. Needs to be careful there, does Ollie Pope. If he's going to look to score off those kind of deliveries, he's going to have to make sure he gets bats on ball. Joseph, this one, good line, good length, hits the wicket and cuts right in at Ollie Pope's midriff. Does well to keep it out. Needless to say, that was a dot ball. Hit him right in the unmentionables. The box did the box did its job. And Ollie Pope looks at the wickets with pursed lips. And that's commitment to the cause. No thought of checking the family jewels. Look straight down at the wicket. Bit of a way swing this time from Joseph. Final ball of the over, 20 completed. Pope just let that one run through to the keeper. 88 for 1 England. Trail by 33. 121 all out in the first innings, the West Indies. Just had a little break there, not too long. 20 minutes or so was it for bad light. Looks like we're showing some dark clouds around, but hopefully they pass in Lords. And it will be Holder to continue his previous three overs. They've gone for 12, no wickets. Crawley on strike. Drives that one to mid-on. Straight to the fielder, though. He's been a little bit unlucky, Holder. When in his first over, his first couple of overs, he looked a little bit sluggish, a little bit stiff, you know, coming back from injury. Looks like he's a big bloke anyway, carrying a pound or two maybe extra. But once he loosened up, he's caused the batsman no end of problems. Movement off the pitch, movement in the air. He's into Crawley now. Crawley flicks that one off his pads down to fine leg. They'll look for two, but no. They'll be kept to a single. Young man Joseph. He was in smart with her, looks a good athlete. Looks a good prospect for the future. He's a good bowler now. But a good prospect for the future for the West Indies. So kind of glides into the wicket prior to his delivery. Holder, full length delivery into Pope, chops his bat down onto it, gets it into mid wicket, straight to the fielder though, dot ball. Yeah, it was Holder who had Pope in all kinds of trouble. And he just went wide on the crease for the delivery though, and that's why it was slipping down leg side. But Ollie Pope, it took a review to stay there. The umpire gave him out. He's on strike now. A little bit of width outside the off stump. Pope doesn't get involved, lets it go through to the keeper. He remains on 42. England 89 for 1. Holder in again. Pope waits. Same result. Wide outside off stump. Raises his bat. Lets it go through to the wicket keeper. Just one ball left now of this 21st over. Crawl is on 39 at the non-striker's end. He's not looked in good form, but he's still there. Excuse me. And there's nothing like time at the crease, as you know, to get your eye in. Holder into Pope again. Pushes this one through the covers. Misfield, and they'll scamper for a single. Well, I say misfield. Kind of bounced awkwardly in front of the fielder, and he diverted it to mid-off. That's the end of the over. So Pope will stay on strike. England will move on to 90 for 1. Yen's just trying to stabilise now at 16169 against the dollar. Still time to book them holidays to Japan. On the definitely one. Joseph into Pope. That's going down the leg side, it looked to me. Hit him on the pad. Big appeal. Umpire says not out. And good delivery. Had Pope in all kinds of trouble. But this is the kind of delivery that I was just talking about, where he tries to play it through the leg side, misses it with the bat. Fortunately for Ollie Pope, it was going down leg side. $90 for 1 England. Joseph into Pope. Just outside off stump, plays a defensive shot, plays it late, it bounces under his bat, off his bat. He just panics for a second, makes sure it doesn't go back onto his stumps, but it just rolls wide. You remain on 43. Joseph into Pope. A little bit of movement in the air, just pushes that to mid-off. That'll be a dot ball. Sky's looking a little bit brighter, only marginal, but a little bit. That one's wide by Joseph. Pope tries to reach it to cut it, but can't. It's so wide he can't get there. He ends up on his knees. That ball goes through to the keeper. Joseph sorts the ball out in his hand, runs in, Pope on strike, clips this one off his pads down to fine leg, just be a single. Oh no, they do take the fielder on. Good running there by Pope. I thought he would have just had a single. They'd be disappointed there with the West Indian bowler and the fielder that they managed to get the two. He moves on to 45, Pope. England 92 for 1. You'd be hoping that if the ball goes to fine leg, at the speed it did, you'd be keeping the batsman down to a single, but Pope set off straight away, backed up by Crawley. Outside off stump, doesn't time it as he tries to push it through the covers, and that goes to mid-on. No, it doesn't, it goes to mid-off. Sort your head out, Jimmy. It's been a long day, we've been streaming for 6.5 hours now. Enjoyed every minute. Had some company in the chat with Anthony B. If you've not used the chat before, feel free, say hello, let us know what you're thinking. Feel free to give us a thumbs up, subscribe. We need all the help we can get. Holder into Crawley. Crawley lets that one go to the keeper, doesn't get involved. Wide of the crease there was Holder, aiming it in towards Crawley, and as it hit the wicket it gripped and moved away, but Crawley wise not to have a crash at that one. Holder in again, Crawley on 39, plays that one back to the ball. It looked like he got a bit of a leading edge, but no harm done. Trying to clip it through the leg side. Crawley, outside edge, just misses the fielder at third slip, I think it was, and it'll race away to the boundary. Good ball there from Holder. Had Crawley playing at it, he smiles. Outside edge. Flew past the fielder at, pretty sure it was third slip. 1, 2, well it's second slip, but he's so wide it's where third slip would have been. Which is what was a little bit confusing there. Races away for 4, England 96 for 1. Holder into Crawley, lets that one go through to the keeper. Crawley moves on to 43. He's faced 66 deliveries. You'd think on 43 he'd have his eye in, but he still doesn't look too comfortable, does Crawley. Holder into Crawley again, this time straight back to mid-off. That'll be a dot ball, finds the fielder. A little bit of overcast in Devon, you know. Holder into Crawley, final ball of the over, lets that one go through to the keeper. Not a lot of bounce, not a lot of pace. End of the 23rd. 96 for 1 England. Crawley's on 43, Pope's on 45. S&P 500, if you're interested, that's moved over 5,600 now. 5,608. It'll be Joseph to continue. Into Pope. Flips that one off his pads that's going down leg side. I think there was a bit of bat there. There was. No, now he's giving it as leg byes. With a late decision there by the umpire. Either way, it goes to the boundary for 4. England move on to 100 for 1. Somebody's got that wrong. 109. There we go. That's definitely 100 for 1. But still on 45 on strike. Joseph runs in. He'll need to adjust his line here. 3 slips in play and a gully. This one's a little bit wider. Pope gets it off the bottom of the bat as he tries to cut it. Straight to third slip though. That'll be a dot ball. Just overcompensated there, did Joseph, after that first delivery slid down the leg side. Joseph ready again, starts his run up. Pope waits. Bit of width outside the off stump. Not as wide as the last delivery, but Pope doesn't get involved. Lets it go through to the keeper. England just 21 runs behind now. Just under an hour left of play. We'll go through to 6:30 tonight, that's for sure. We were already going to be struggling to finish at 6. Well, we wouldn't have done. But with the break for bad light, definitely through to 6:30. Joseph into Pope, onto his pads, plays that one to fine leg. But no, I didn't play it off the bat. That's another leg by. But he got a bit of bat on that one. 101 for 1. Certainly sounded like there was bat involved, but the umpire gives it a leg by. Joseph into Crawley. Bit of movement in the air outside off stump. Crawley chops his bat down onto that. Times it well enough with virtually no backlift, and that'll race away to the boundary for 4. England move on to 105 for 1. Crawley just 3 away from his 50 now. Be a bit of a race going on between the two batsmen who gets to the 50 first. They'll be both hoping that they both get there. Joseph into Crawley. Pitches it on off stump. This one's clipped through the leg side, through mid-wicket. Be a couple there. Crawley will move on to 49. England 107 for 1. It'll be Pope on strike at the start of the 25th over. Runs into Pope. Just pushes that to mid-off. Doesn't time it though. Just let me hold it into Pope again. Plays it late, back towards the bowler who just lets it roll past him. Mid-off will sort that out. 107 for 1 England. Trail by just 14 now. Crawley on 49. Pope on 45 and Pope on strike. Holder runs in. Slower delivery. Pope inside edge to mid-on. He'll just take a single there. Moves on to 46. England 108 for 1. Now it'll be Crawley on strike. He's on 49. He's faced 70 deliveries and he's battled for that 49 at times as Crawley. But he's stuck in there well. Played a few false shots, but he's battling away. Holder runs in. Not sure who's the tallest, the bowler or the batter. Good line, good length. Crawley can just push that to mid-off. And be a dot ball. A little bit of sunshine coming onto the pitch now. Taken over from the floodlights. We go from 4 shadows to 1 shadow off the players. Always a good sign. Holder into Crawley. Tries to push this one back with a little bit more force past mid-off, but doesn't time it. Finds the fielder. Stays on 49. That's been the story of Crawley's innings, really. He's not really timing the ball. But he's battling away. Two slips and a gully in place. Holder runs in. Crawley waits. Lets that one go through to the keeper. End of the over. 108 for 1. Crawley stays on 49. It'll be Ollie Pope to take strike at the start of the 26th over. He's on 46. Joseph's going to continue. He's bowled 7 overs so far, 0 for 37. How's Ari Joseph, that is.
Pointing home.
Frankie James is back.
No KP, Dan.
No KP, no.
No, so then no dry roasted.
Joseph into Pope. Hits him straight in the nuts again. He's going to need a new box. That's twice he's been hitting the knackers. Didn't show him any problems though. No. Yeah, no dry roasted in his box. We've got the snack right nuts from Audi, and they're all right, but they're a little bit hard. Joseph into Pope. Backward point. Straight to the fielder. Dot ball. He stays on 46, and the sun is definitely out at Lord's now. Turn them floodlights off. We don't need them anymore. We'll be straight through to 6:30. Oh, I knew there's some dark clouds. I think that's what's passed already, though, actually. Sunshine all the way. Joseph into Pope. Pope on 46. Plays that to point. Dot ball. England remain on 108 for 1. Holder. Sorry. Joseph runs in. Outside edge for Pope. Gets it to the boundary. Just goes to the left of backward point. That'll be a half century up for Ollie Pope from 70 deliveries. More importantly, England move on to 112 for 1, trailed by just 9. Roadies look at time as Ollie Pope. Survived an out decision for an LBW that was overturned on review, with help from Crawley, who told him straight away, review it, it's going down leg side. He was proved right. Crawley's waiting at the non-striker's end on 49 for what seems an age. Ollie Pope's just made it to his half century. 2 balls left in this over for Joseph. He runs in. Pope on strike. Flips this through mid-wicket from outside off stump. Won't go to the boundary though. They will run for 3. Joseph A looks less than impressed. Pope moves on to 53. England 115 for 1. And it'll be Crawley on strike for the final ball of the over. Can he get to his 50? He's on 49. Final ball of the over. Come on, Crawley. Get to your 50. Pulls this off his hip through mid-wicket. That'll reach the boundary. That's a way to do it in style. That's 50 up for Zach Crawley. He moves on to 53. England 119 for 1 after 26 overs. They trail by just 2 now. It's Crawley's 15th Test 50 in 45 matches. Struggled to get there today, but he's dug in. There's 74 deliveries. He's not been timing the ball well. And you can tell with whether it's Crawley's bat, I don't know, but when he doesn't time it, you can hear the difference. You hear a clump as opposed to a sweet sounding shot when he gets it closer to the middle. Holder. Start of the 27th over, into Pope. Just hits his thigh pad outside off stump. Through to the slips, that's a dot ball. Glorious sunshine now, bathing Lords. There's even a reflection of the floodlight now going across the wicket. Oh, don't you just love the British weather? Pope still not happy now with some plum at the side of the... Someone with a bag. Trying to get through a barrier at the side of the sight screen. Anyway, he's gone. Boulder runs in. Slides that one onto Pope's pads. Clip to the boundary through square for 4. England take the lead by 1 now. 123 for 1. Sorry, lead by 2. Jimmy James can't count. Pope on strike. Slower ball there from Holder. That's LBW plumb, surely. Yep, the finger goes up. Unless he got the bottom edge on the bat, I'm not sure. If he didn't get any bat on that, it looked plumber than a plum thing. He's been given out. Oh, he is going to review it. To me, that looked plumb though. This will be the second time Holder's had him given out. The first review was upheld and he was given not out. That big bounce, but he's stuck on his crease and it hit his back leg. I don't think there was bat involved. I'm going without. I'm sticking with the bowler and the umpire. He doesn't look too confident. Holder looks a little bit, not again, surely, boss. As he looks to the umpire. Ultra edge, there's no bat involved. And it hit the back leg as well, I'm pretty sure. Unless it hit the front pad first. Or it just touched the front pad first, but before it hit the back pad. Here we are, ball tracking. Yeah. Middle and leg. Third way up the stumps. You're going to have to go, Ollie Pope. Eventually, Holder gets his man. He's gone for 57 from 74 deliveries. LBW, bowled by Holder. He's like the Mountie. He always gets his man. We've got just less than 45 minutes left of play. Play will stop tonight at 6:30. It'll be a quick tea for me, Jimmy James. Then we'll get ready to go with the England stream. England playing Holland in the semi-final of the 24 European Championships. Spain awaiting the winners. After a pretty convincing win when you look back at it last night over France. The young 16-year-old sensation, Yamal. Beautiful shot from outside the box, giving the keeper no chance into his top right-hand corner. So it's going to be Joe Root coming into bat. He's got a best of 254 against Pakistan back in 2016. I remember that well. Where's that 8 years gone? Time flies. England lead by 2. 123 for 2. Going to be Holder into Root. 2 slips and a gully. Root lets that go past. Doesn't get involved. Through to the wicket keeper. And, yep. Lords is bathed in sunshine. Root on strike again. Plays that one through mid-wicket. He'll run for a single. He's off the donut. That's 1 to his name. Yeah, looking back at that LBW for Ollie Pope, it goes back to what I was saying an over or so before, and then overs before that. He's always at risk of LBW when he plays that shot where he tries to clip it off his pads. Onto leg side. You miss it. You are in trouble. Holder into Crawley. Crawley drives that between, good fielding at mid-off actually. Tried to drive that between mid-off and cover. Got the fielder at mid-off with a good stop. End of the 27th over, it'll be Crawley on strike. England move on to 125 for 2. That scoreboard will update, I can assure you. Crawley's on 54 from 75 deliveries. Root's on 1 from just the 2. It's going to be Joseph to bowl his 9th over. His previous 8 have gone for 48. Crawley on strike. 2 slips in. Lets that one go to the keeper, Crawley. Stretch my back 1 second. Joseph into Crawley, drives this to mid-on, straight to the fielder though, didn't time it again. It's like a thick inside edge. That's another dot ball. Crawley waits. Hits this through the covers on the up, typical Crawley fashion. That'll race to the boundary. You could hear that he middled that one. Forward added to his total. England move on to 129 for 2. Crawley now on 58. You know, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that this game finishes tomorrow. Joseph into Crawley. Plays that one off middle stump through mid-wicket. That'll just be a single. Moving on to 130 for 2 England. Yeah, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that this game finishes tomorrow. England get anything like a 150 lead by afternoon. The way the West Indies batted today, it's unlikely, but it wouldn't be the biggest shock, that's for sure. Root on strike. Joseph in. Watches that go past the off stump, does Root, through to the keeper. Doesn't get involved. Just depends if Gus Atkinson can repeat his bowling feat from this morning. On debut, 7 for, I think it was 45, something like that. He was on a hat-trick ball that was blocked, but the very next ball he took a wicket, unlucky not to have his hat-trick. Joseph into Root, strays down leg side, big appeal, didn't touch that, keeper didn't appeal. I think he was just a bowler. End of the 28th over. 130 for 2 England. It's a pretty inexperienced West Indies team all told. You've got Brathwaite in, who's obviously got plenty of experience. But then batting-wise, numbers... What is it? 2, 3, 4, 5. They've all got limited test experience. Blue skies over Lords. Some dark clouds in the distance that might be coming back over. But we've got, what, 35 minutes left, just over. Going to be Seals coming back into the attack. 1 for 18 from his previous 6. Crawley on strike. Plays that late through the covers, just a little push. That'll be a quick single. He moves on to 60. England 131 for 2. Root on strike now. He's faced 4 deliveries. Just the 1 run to his name. Seals. Runs into Root. 2 slips. Bowls it onto his pad. Just clips that to mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder. Dot ball. I've got so many messages on my phone. They'll have to wait. I'm not that important. Can't be. Just start deleting some of them. Seals into Root. Root cuts that through backward point. Didn't time it perfectly, but that'll race away to the boundary for 4. The fielder didn't exactly bust a gut trying to get that either, so Seals, I would be a little bit disappointed if I was a bowler there with the effort that the fielder put in. Not sure who the fielder was. Who was the fielder there? By the by, we move on. Seals onto Root. Full length, on middle stump. Root just pushes that back to the bowler. Not much he could do with that one, to be honest. Root's on 5, England 135 for 2. But a good reply there by the bowler, after being cut through point for 4. England's leads up to 14. Bit of width there for Root again. Tries the same shot, cutting it through backward point, but finds the fielder. A little bit of a misfield, but no run there. Root will stay on strike. Has a little waft at that one outside off stump, does Root. Misses the outside edge though. Through to the keeper, end of the 29th over. England 135 for 2. Root's on 5. It'll be Crawley on strike at the start of the 30th over. He's on 60. Joseph runs in. Crawley on strike. 2 slips. Tries to push that one through the covers. Finds the fielder. Joseph into Crawley again. Pitched up, but he clips that. Nothing more than a clip off middle wicket. And that races to the boundary. Through deep mid-wicket. Crawley moves on to 64. Nothing more than just a clip, really, off stump. All along the ground to deep mid-wicket. Timed that beautifully for a change. Such a tall man with the leverage he gets. Anything off the middle, that ball's going to travel. 139 for 2. Joseph wide outside the off stump. Crawley doesn't time this one again. Finds a fielder at cover. Joseph Jr., as I should call him. He's limbering up. Might be coming back into the attack. Joseph into Crawley. Oh, big outside edge that goes between second slip and, say, fifth slip, kind of gully. Races away to the boundary. False shot there from Crawley. But he'll take it. England 143 for 2. Look to play that through mid-off, sorry. Sort of covery, big outside edge. He looks around with a bit of alarm at first and then realises there's no fielder there in the slip region. I'll take the 4 runs. I'll move on to 68. Joseph runs in again. Wide ball. Crawley goes after this one, but it's too wide. Through to the keeper, a good take. He remains on 68. England 143 for 2. It's been given as a no ball. We'll move on to 144 for 2. Joseph runs in again. Crawley on the up. Outside edge. Diving fielder at kind of gully. Can't get there though. And that races away to the boundary. Joseph will be getting a little bit frustrated with this. Crawley pushing his luck. We always say, if you're going to drive hard. And he certainly did that. Thick outside edge. Just over the diving fielder. They've now put Holder in that position at a gully. Tall fielder there, which Holder definitely is. So he's going to have to be aware of this, is Crawley. That's two shots he's played this over that have gone through there, false shots, edges. They've also got the third man in place. And Crawley waits, there's no one slipping. Shorter delivery. And Crawley just sways out the way of that, drops his hands, lets it go through to the keeper. End of the 30th over. England 148 for 2. Difficult over there for Joseph because he would have hoped with those false shots that at least one of them would have been caught, but when you're defending such a paltry score as 121, you can't be too attacking. And in fairness, early in the innings, Braithwaite he had 4 slips in. He's certainly trying to support his bowlers with attacking fields, but at some point you've got to kind of start looking to defend the scoreboard as much as anything. Quick shout out, if you haven't done so already, please give us a subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ping that notifications bell, then you can keep abreast of what we've got coming up. We've got England playing Holland at 7:55 tonight. The stream will start. The winners will book a place in the final, where Spain await after they knocked out France last night. I'll also be back tomorrow morning for the cricket. We'll be covering all of the test matches this summer, as long as work allows. You better put your sunscreen on at Lord's now. Players are just having a drink. Jimmy James doesn't need one. Well, I'll have a drink, but I don't need a comfort break, as they call it, the posh people. Jimmy calls it needing a pee. You wouldn't have credited it, would you, that an hour ago we were off for bad light, and now we've got glorious sunshine and the need for a bit of factor 20. Now if you're ginger like me, or ginger and grey going now, full sunblock for Jimmy James. I was going to get a change in ball in here. From the long shot, the bowler looks a fair size, so I'm assuming it's going to be Holder. It's going to be Root on strike. Just pushes that ball back to the bowler, dot ball, and it seals, the bowler. It's got 2 slips, a 5th slip, I would say, or a 4th slip and a gully. Outside off stump, Root lets that one go through. Holder's at 3rd slip. They're obviously using his considerable height. Would be a toss-up between Holder and Zach Crawley over who's the tallest. I'd go with Holder by an inch. Seals into the pads of Root, going down leg side. That'll be a 1 leg bye. Brief appeal for LBW, but then sanity reigned and that was a stifled appeal. It's going down leg side after it hit when it hit the pads by a good foot. England on 149. A loss of 2 wickets. Seals runs in. It's Crawley on strike. Bowled shorter, pulled from outside off stump through deep mid-wicket. Not timed perfectly, but races to the boundary. England move on to 153. Crawley moves on to 76. Good innings this from Crawley because he's had to battle Seals into Crawley, Yorks him. What a delivery that is. Bowls Zach Crawley, literally pitches this one right in the block hole, and Crawley, maybe his height worked against him there. But by the time Crawley got his bat down, the ball was through, and a perfect Yorker. Perfect Yorker. Takes the leg stump almost out of the ground. And Zach Crawley has got to go. Good effort, considering he's not been timing it well. 153 for 3 England. Crawley goes for 76 after he faced 89 deliveries. England lead by 32. We've got 19 minutes of play left. That was some delivery, that, after just being pulled through deep mid-wicket for 4. That is some riposte by the bowler. While all that's going on, the yen's back at 170 against the dollar. S&P 500 still rising, 5,613 now. Volatility index spots at 13.73 in this world. Crazy. 13.73. Wait till August, September, that volatility index will be rising. Carrybrook comes into bat, right-handed batsman. England 153 for 3. Bouncer down the leg side for your first one up. Brook just watches that one go by. End of the over. 31 overs gone. England 153 for 3. Seals was mighty pleased with that delivery that got Zach Crawley out, and why wouldn't you be? It's going to be Joseph into the attack, Shamar Joseph. It's going to be Joe Root on strike. He's on 5 currently. 2 slips. Defensive shot there. Push to mid-off from Root. Dot ball. Lots of hats and sunglasses in the crowd at Lord's. This is a little bit worrying for Joseph after he's bowled that delivery. He was stretching his hamstrings out, and 5 or 6 overs ago I thought he was going to come back into the bowling then, but he obviously had a bit of an issue. And now he's bowled that ball, he's sat like he's making a snow angel. And the physio's on. He's just gonna... He's got a bit of cramp there, and he's getting his right leg treated as though he had cramp in it, but now he's pointing to his groin on his left leg, so the physio's got both of his legs up in the air. Aye, aye. Said the vicar to the nun. I'm hoping it's just a bit of a strain, and that's all. The test will be tomorrow morning when he wakes up. Although he's young, he's fit, he's an athlete. Maybe he just felt a bit of a pull or something. Hopefully, for the West Indies' sake, it's nothing more serious. Still down there, looks in some discomfort, then he's smiling, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. But either way, we've got 13 minutes left of play. Made the symbol as though he felt something tear or pull. He's got a smile on his face though, so it doesn't look like it's anything too serious. Holder's taking this opportunity to have a lie down. Smiles all round, and Joseph's back up on his feet, ready to resume. Lots of smiles from the West Indian players. They always play the game with a smile on their face. So Joseph, he's going to be bowling to Root again. 2 slips. Somebody behind the sight screens again. But looks like we're good to go. 12 minutes of play left. Two slips, a gully, and a kind of 5th slip. Root watches that onto his bat. Just lets it drop to backward point. Dot ball. Joseph ran in then like he's no problem, so hopefully that's the end of it. We've got more graphics coming as well for the display, so hopefully where I've got a big picture of my face, we can make that smaller and fill it with more graphics. Slower delivery on middle stump. Root just pushes that to mid on. Dot ball. Picked it up early, Root, so no dramas, but a good delivery there from Joseph, mixing up his pace. Good line with it, good length. Lots of gaps in the crowd now as people try and avoid the queues to get out. That one strays on the leg side though. Root will just tickle that down to fine leg. Handball for a single. He'll move on to 6. England 154 for 3. It'll be Harry Brook on strike now. 2 balls left of this 32nd over. He's currently on the dreaded donut, is Brook, but he's only faced 1 delivery. takes his guard. Right-handed batsman. Joseph's, still stretching out as he waits to bowl this 5th ball of his over. Brook waits. Joseph steams in. 3 slips in place. Strays down the leg side though. And the wicket keeper makes a good stop, but I think it hit him on the leg just above where his pad was actually protecting him. So he's copped one on the knee there. Has that been given as a wide? Sure what the umpire was doing there, whether he gave it as a wide or not. 154 for 3 England. Joseph into Brook, pushes it back past Crawley, who's at the non-striker's end. Mid-on comes round though. That'll be a dot ball. End of the 32nd over, 154 for 3. And we're playing against the clock now. Just under 8 minutes left to play. West Indies were rushing to get the next over set up. Joseph's gone off the field now, so maybe he'll be getting some treatment. It's going to be Seals to continue, and it'll be Joe Root on strike. Root's currently on 6. England 154 for 3, leading by 33. 2 slips in. Push through the covers there, but not timed that well by Root, but that'll get him a couple. He moves on to 8. England 156 for 3. Root waits. Seals runs in. That's wide outside off stump. Keeper dives, takes the catch. Dot ball. The shadows are just starting to get longer over the pitch now from the players as the sun just starting to set. It's been a strange day with the weather, which is not unsurprising for the UK. We've had bad light, we lost about 20 minutes, then the sun took over. Outside off stump, Root's not inviting that onto his bat, lets it go through to the wicket keeper. And the long shadows that are appearing look like they're going to be going across the wicket in a minute, which if you've played cricket can be a bit of a pain. Root inside edge, thick inside edge down to fine leg. Just be a single. He'll move on to 9. England move on to 157 for 3. Lead of 36. Extra slip in now. Brook on strike. Just clips that to the leg side. That'll be a single. He gets off the mark. England 158 for 3. The Ducks had a rest today. He was getting a little bit tired after the West Indies batted. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the route on strike. He's on 9 currently. Seals runs in. Watches that onto his bat. Pushes it through to point. Straight to the fielder. Dot ball. End of the 33rd over. We'll get maybe a couple of overs left now. Maybe not. Play will stop at 6:30. As we've now got glorious skies over Lords. Looks just like the sky in The Simpsons. Joseph, he's back on the pitch. He's going to bowl this over. Just want a quick massage and back on the field. It's going to be Brook on strike. 3 slips in. Bowls it onto his pads. Clips it through mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder. Dot ball. 3 minutes left. Looks like this is going to be the last. I don't think they're going to finish this over and the umpires get to their positions before the clock strikes 1/2 the hour. Joseph runs in. Brook waits. Has a little waft outside off stump there. A bit more bounce from Joseph. No bat involved though. Luckily. And that goes through to the keeper. Brook remains on 1. England stay on 158 for 3. Lead of 37. Joseph, who's bowling, he's not even got a bead of sweat on his forehead. Blimey, I'd have been wet through by now. 3 slips in play. Wide down the leg side though to Brook. Good stop from the keeper. And be another dot ball. Silver's kept well behind the wickets today. He just took one on the knee the previous over. Hazards of being a wicket keeper. Joseph into Brook. Just clips this one. The mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder though. That's a dot ball. Almost at 6:30. A little adjustment in the field here from the West Indies. This will be the last over. 3 slips and a gully. Right-handed batsman Brook on strike. Just scored 1 from 8. Joseph runs in. Onto leg stump. That's clipped through mid-wicket. Won't quite go to the boundary though. But Brook will get a couple there. He'll move on to 3. England 160 for 3. Final ball of the over. Pretty sure the West Indies will make sure that this is the final over that gets bowled. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point. Brook on strike. Joseph runs in as the clock strikes 1/2. Final ball of the day. Outside off stump. Punch through the covers. Mainly with his wrists he did that, and it's raced away to the boundary. England lead by 43. Brook on 7. 164 for 3. And I'm pretty sure that'll be it. Unless we go on. I thought 6:30 was the limit for today. Now it's going to be Holder coming on to bowl. Holder's got 1 for 25 from his previous 7. It's going to be Root on strike. 2 slips in play. Lets that one go through to the keeper. We're in. Root drives that one through the covers. Diving stop by the fielder though. And that'll be a dot ball. The shadows that were going over the wicket have now disappeared. With just a faint shadow from the players now as the sun starts its way to set. Root walks down the wicket there to Holder. Holder just takes a bit of pace off it, drops it short, 82 mile an hour. And Root just pushes that one back to the bowler for a dot ball. He remains on 9. England 165 for 3. This one's clipped through mid-wicket. Quick single. Don't think there was any drama there. And just have another look how close this was with a direct hit. No, direct hit, it would have still been in by a good yard. That'll be a single added on. A single added on to the score. 166 for 3. Holder into Brook. That's he just tickled that down. Let that come onto his bat, did Brook, and tickled that down to third man, and it'll race away for 4. Look, it looks like an edge, but that's definitely not. He just watched that onto his bat, and yeah, he turns the bat at the last minute and plays it down to third man at pace. Lovely shot there from Brook. He moves on to 11. England 170 for 3. Leader 49. Holder into Brook. Good delivery. Just chops his bat down on it to mid. Ball goes to mid wicket. Dot ball. Good reply there from Holder. The shadows have completely gone now from the ground. Final ball of the over. Crash through point, misfield. But there won't be a single there. And we go on. I thought we would have been stopping at 6:30, I've got to say. Anybody who knows why we're not, let me know, please. Brook's on 11, Root's on 10. It'll be Root and strike. Maybe hold it. Is it? Who's going to bowl this? And just like that, they're worried about the light again. The floodlights have taken over. Crazy. Joseph, into Root, 3 slips. Bowls that onto his legs, just clips it through mid-wicket, straight to the fielder. Dot ball, 170 for 3 England, lead of 49. Joseph. Into Root, 3 slips, a gully. Pulls this, does Root, finds a fielder though. Deep backward square leg, just be an easy single. He moves on to 11, England 171 for 3. Harry Brook stands and delivers, hits this over deep mid-wicket, doesn't time it, goes over the fielder's head, won't go to the boundary, and he'll make a couple to add to his total, and England move on to 173 for 3. Brook moves on to 13. This was a very T20-esque shot where he just stands tall, flicks himself to get it over the fielder at mid-on, which he does, but he doesn't time that really well. It goes high and kind of lands and doesn't go anywhere after it lands. Heath. Joseph. Into Brook. Bounces him. Thinks about having a pull of that. Pulls out of the shot. And the ball moves late, forcing the keeper to make a diving stop. And now the floodlights have taken over again at Lords. You can definitely see 4 shadows off the players. Obviously with the sun out, you just get the one. Flat bats this back past the bowler there, does Harry Brook. He doesn't time it perfectly though, but he'll get a couple. Maybe he'll take the bowler on. No, they don't. Joseph Senior got a good arm. Brock moves on to 15 from 16 deliveries. England 175 for 3. Bowls it onto his pads, clips it off his pads with his wrist through deep mid-wicket. Nothing more than a flick there. Beautiful shot, all the way to the boundary. Brook moves on to 19. End of the 36th over. England 179 for 3. It'll be Root on strike. The umpires are having a bit of a conflab in the middle again. It's difficult to see with the bails on the wickets. They're dark and you can't really see them on top of the stumps. keeps catching me out, I've got to say. You're going to bring some spin on. Morty's coming on. Rashia didn't manage to get on for England. The seamers did the job. But Gudakesh Morty. Slow left arm he's described as. I'm sure he'll describe himself as a spin bowler. And it's going to be Joe Root on strike. I think the wicket keeper might be waiting for a helmet bringing on for him. He is indeed waiting for a helmet. There's two coming out. He's only got one head. England 179 for 3, 36 overs. Lead of 58. Brook on 19, looking to take the attack to the bowlers now. Root on 11 from 27. Changing bowling. Morty coming into the attack. We've got a slip and a short leg in of the West Indies. Root on strike, big stride forward, just pushes that back to the bowler. Morty wide of the crease. Root rocks back there, cuts it to backward point. Diving stop from Joseph Senior. How's that, Harry? And keeps that down to a single. England 180 for 3. He's a big unit, Alzari. Full stretch as well. Manages to get a fingertip on that. Brook through the covers, but finds a fielder. Dot ball. Good defensive shot there from Brook. Good stride down the wicket. Bat and pad together, just pushes it to the cover. Dot ball. And again there. Similar shot. Similar outcome. Dot ball. England 180 for 3. Pitches this one up. Brook chops his bat down. Goes out to point. Dot ball to finish the over. That'll be Root on strike now. He's on 12. Just one run from that first over from Morty. He got a little bit of turn there. Just little variations on his line and length. Harry Brook looks in good spirits. Joe Root looks in good spirits. And why wouldn't you lead him by 59 with just 3 wickets down? 180 for 3 England. 6 minutes to go, so we're finishing at 10 to 7. It's going to be Holder to continue the attack. Root on strike. 2 slips in place, down the leg side. Root tries to clip it, can't get bat or pad on it. Good take by the keeper. Dot ball. Holder runs in. Root waits. 2 slips. Plays that to backward point. Dot ball. We'll get this over in and probably one more. And then that'll be stumps for the day. We'll then start getting ready for the England stream. At 5 to 8 we'll be on air, as they say. Looking forward to the match. Holder into Root. Root walks down the wicket, plays a defensive shot though, back to the bowler. That's a dot ball. Done that a couple of times as Joe Root to Holder, but Holder sees him coming. Just takes a little bit of pace off the delivery. Root pushes this one into the covers. They'll take a quick single. England move on to 181 for 3. Root on to 13. It'll be Harry Brook on strike. Brooks on 19 and 21 deliveries. England's lead is up to 60. Just looking at Gus Atkinson in the pavilion. No doubt he'll be making all the headlines in the papers tomorrow. Holder into Brook. Brook clips this outside off stump through square leg. Feet backward, square will run around though. Keep it to a couple. England move on to 183 for 3. Brooks on 21. The lead's up to 62. Brook on strike. Holder hurries him there outside off stump. He just chops his bat down. Ball goes to mid wicket. End of the 38th over. England 183 for 3. We'll just get this final over in now. Play due to end. I thought it was 6:30. It was 6:50. Now we know why there's two helmets come out. Short square leg in for Morty. A slip. The keeper's also got a helmet on. That one just squirts to the fielder at slip. This one just squirts as the fielder moves from short square leg to silly point. And the ball then squirts to where the fielder was. He's now moved back there. This one's pushed through the covers by Root. Good fielding though there from the big fella, Louis, and saves 2 runs there. It was going for a boundary, that's for sure. England 185 for 3. Brook 21. Root's now on 15. 3 balls left of the over, wide on the crease. Full forward defensive from Root. Big stride forward. Back to the bowler. 2 balls left for the day. And again, good stride forward. Back to the bowler, final ball coming up. What does Root do? The clock strikes 10 to 7. Root just has a look at the field and makes sure. Final ball. goes down leg side. Got a ball. One more over. Just. 39 overs gone. I thought that was going to be the end. They just made it. Must be 6:51. Holder turns, Brook on strike. Runs in, 2 slips, gully. Clips that through mid-wicket, straight to the fielder though. That's a dot ball. Just to confuse things even more, the sun's come out now, but luckily for the batsman, the shadow of the floodlights moved off the wicket. That's pitched up by Holder. Brook drives that right back past him and knocks the middle stump out of the ground at the non-striker's end. That'll be a dot ball. The umpire. It's been a long day. Umpire jumps out of the way. Brook on strike. Just pushes that back to Holder. As soon as this over's finished and we stop play, we'll shoot off quickly so we can get ready for this football stream tonight. We will be back tomorrow morning, so join us then. Holder runs in. Brook waits. Almost yorks him. Almost. Gets an inside edge onto his pad. That's lethal, that delivery from Holder. It comes from a height anyway because he's tall, but he disguises it well. Inside edge onto his pads there. Brook riding his luck. That's what did for Crawley. Brook's not got quite as far to go down though as Crawley. 2 balls left. This one's crashed through the covers with the wrists. Might get to the boundary. No, it'll just get stopped. We'll take the 2 there. Brook will move on to 23. 187 for 3 England. Leader 66. Final ball of the day. I'll say now thank you to everyone who's joined us. We will be back with the cricket tomorrow morning, so please tune into the stream. Final ball. Brook on strike. Just pushes that through mid-wicket. Fielder slips. And that'll be more to you slip. That'll be 2 off the final ball. England move on to 189 for 3. Brook on 25, Root on 15. They'll commence tomorrow morning with England leading by 68. I am Jimmy James. You've been watching Catch It Live First. Join us in an hour, almost exactly, for England v Holland in the semi-finals of the Euros. If you don't like your football, join us tomorrow morning for the cricket. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back shortly.